One final question, and I think that's an interesting one because you are also representing Honeywell. And so what would you say is, what do you need most from your partners now in that scenario and looking towards the growth and optimistic outlook that you described?
Yeah, I think certainly an open mind for collaboration more than ever before, but speed. We need, I mean, we are learning to work like a Silicon Valley company ourselves. We're 140,000 people in 100 countries. I have about 55,000 people in 75 countries. There's a lot of bureaucracy around that, right? And some of it is very necessary. But how do we make sure we act like an entrepreneur, a hungry entrepreneur, because the need to act with speed, with urgency is there. And also out-collaborate your competitors and get to market faster. So speed and collaboration are my watchwords today.
That are really good words. In an ecosystem of open innovation, exactly what we need, speed and collaboration. So yes. Shane, I'm very, very grateful for you joining today. Thank you so much for your contribution and your very wise words. I'm sure the audience has loved it very much. We have a ton of more questions, but we can't get to them today. But
thank you. And if,
thank you so much.
Your community has been a great community, Jennifer and Saeed. Thank you for inviting me to be with you. I love what Plug and Play is doing. What you're doing is building glue in these times when the human touch is fading, but don't underestimate it. It's terrific. Thank you for including me. And if there are other questions, please feel free to send to me via LinkedIn or private chat. I'll be happy to entertain them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks, Shane. Okay, let's now dive into our startup pitches, and I'm handing over to my colleague, Addison. Thank you. See you later.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the event so far. My name is Addison, and I'm an analyst on the ventures team here at Plug and Play with a focus on IoT. I'll be emceeing the startup pitches today. So without further ado, let's jump straight into it. Our first startup today is focusing on making programming robots as easy as possible. Please help me give a warm welcome to Southie Autonomy.
Good morning. My name is Ned Semonite, and I'm with Southie Autonomy, based in Boston, Massachusetts, and we've invented a magic wand for robot arms. Let me tell you about it. Higher quality, lower costs, improved worker safety and health are all reasons why people are putting in robots into the manufacturing today. But if you walk around a factory, you'll see there are a great deal of tasks that are not automated. So why is that? Well, it's simple. Robotic automation right now is still very expensive, and it's too much effort to get it all set up. It can take a long time with required experts. So you can't justify simple things that maybe don't run 24/7. If you look at the overall cost model, the robot hardware is actually pretty small. The bulk of it is in programming, which requires experts, and also engineering, where you have to develop fixtures to process the parts to the robot and have it do something with them. What we want to do at Southie is to eliminate the programming and to greatly reduce the engineering. We do that with our invention of artificial intelligence software that sits between the robot and the end user, so that the end user can just gesture to the robot what needs to be done, and the robot figures it out by itself. This will reduce costs by about 50% and speed up implementation by almost 10 times. So let me show you quickly kind of how this works. So this is first a very simple example where a person who was walking through our lab, we had her pick up our wand. She'd never seen a robot before. Here she's gesturing to some bars of soap and some shampoo bottles, and then to a box, indicating that the robot needs to pick up those items and put them in the box. Then she just hits execute, and the robot will sense the various objects, figure out how to pick them up, and figure out how to place them in the box. And it will go on until it's done with that task. Here is a demo of a actual pilot customer that makes razor blades. We're not allowed to film in the factory, so this is a setup here that's in our office where the robot is picking up razor blades and placing them in this plastic blister pack. This is something that is done by hand today because the packaging changes every few hours. They have packages that are custom for Walmart, for CVS, for Target. Everybody wants their own branding. Everybody wants different qualities and different promotions. So here, the robot senses the various razor blades that come down on a conveyor belt and puts them in the package, and an operator can reprogram the robot to have it do something different each time. Here's another example of a company that makes automobile bearings. Here, there are parts that arrive from China. They have to be heat treated and then shaped to the correct specifications, but someone has to take out those parts out of that basket by hand, and that takes a couple of hours. So now with our system, they can just wheel up this pallet without any particular fixturing, wave the wand, and the robot will figure out how to pick them up and put them in that basket. Going forward, we're looking for more pilots with these types of very simple applications, and over time, we'll be doing more and more advanced things. We'd love to talk to you more about your operation and the opportunities that you might have to save money by being able to automate things where you couldn't get a positive ROI previously. Thank you very much, and I look forward to talking with you.
Thanks for that, Southie. Up next, we have a company focused on waterproofing your electronic devices. Please help me welcome NanoFlow X.
Hi everyone, I'm Rick Fung, CEO and founder of NanoFlow X. The exponential growth of 5G IoT connected devices, from smartphones, tablets, commercial, industrial, smart technology, and autonomous components, are not designed to be weatherized against exposure to water, liquids, constant humidity, moisture, dust, corrosion, bacterial risk, as well as environmental gases and chemicals, becoming the #1 reason we generate 53 million tons of electronic waste, growing to 58 million tons, with less than 13% recycled. NanoFlow X created the quickest, easiest to use solution to weatherize electronic devices. It features an ultra-thin coating, fully reworkable, without masking ports, still allowing connectivity. Our low startup solution replaces traditional conformal coating processes. A fully scalable solution reduces repair, maintenance, increases operational reliability and durability, extending product life cycle to reduce electronic waste and global consumption. Our 3-step process is quick and doesn't require special training. Simply dip device in our solution for 5 seconds, allow the solution to drain, and apply heat for 2 to 3 minutes to achieve an IP6768 rating. Let's take a look at the competing products, which requires huge capital investment, technical training, masking, doesn't protect connections, takes 1 to 2 hours for the process, limits scalability, and isn't reworkable. Simply put it, NanoFlow X is a much cheaper, easier to use solution, which fully weatherizes devices onto any production line. NanoFlow X uses the largest global laboratories to perform third-party test verification and has reached ROS 2.0 and ISO 9001 certified. We have experience coating various consumer, industrial, automotive, and military devices with ease. And here's a video of an actual demonstration.
How's the weather in Spain?
Which city in Spain?
Barcelona.
Right now in Barcelona, Spain. It's 53 degrees.
Foxconn, Sericon, Wistrom, some ODM, OEM, EMS companies, as well as top Fortune 500 companies have integrated our coating processes. Our business model is very simple. We provide custom nano-coating solutions that support its integration, which has led to several projects under testing with various electronic manufacturers in the US, Japan, China, Taiwan, and with South Korea and UAE to follow. The market opportunity is very large and grows exponentially due to the demand to streamline, connect, and utilize AI. This year alone, there will be over 16 billion connected industrial devices valued at over $78 billion. NanoFlowX is self-funded, generating sales, and we have began a seed round fundraise. I hope you all consider us as your next solutions provider to ensure electronic devices are built to be more durable and reliable, to reduce raw material consumption from remaking products damaged by environmental conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, NanoFlowX. Up next, we have a startup working on predictive maintenance for industrial equipment. Please help me welcome NAC.
Hey there, my name is Brian and I'm the founder of NAC. We're building a predictive maintenance platform for industrial equipment, and we've been part of the spring IoT cohort at Plug and Play. At NAC, we've developed an integrated hardware and software solution for predictive maintenance of industrial equipment with an emphasis on universal data acquisition across equipment types. Here's a diagram of our typical setup with a single NAC device connected to the controller of each unit of monitored equipment, collecting, analyzing, and sending operational data to our cloud infrastructure. Our customers are typically responsible for hundreds to thousands of units of equipment geographically dispersed across a region with no existing connectivity whatsoever. They are often operating in a reactive manner when it comes to equipment malfunctions, and the state of practice is to make time-based preventive visits for visual inspections. This directly translates to high operating costs and decreased levels of service quality. By providing operating data to organizations responsible for equipment uptime, we are introducing a truly revolutionary capability to their maintenance toolbox. However, the challenge for NAC was in enabling a repeatable and scalable process for data acquisition. We had to abstract away the underlying complexity of each type of equipment, but it was still important to pick up both electrical and mechanical indicators of equipment health. This led us to develop our core technology, which enables the non-invasive acquisition of signals with current transformers, as shown on this slide. We group our data collection into two buckets: discrete signal sensing and power monitoring. We have developed deep expertise in the non-invasive sensing of both AC and DC signals in the single milliamp range. For us, this is important as we are electrically isolated from the equipment we're monitoring, ensuring a reduced risk of failure, installer safety, and ease of installation. A typical NAC device has 16 discrete inputs with accurate current sensing to about 2 milliamps. On the power side, we collect very detailed current and frequency measurements for up to 4 channels, and in both cases, we make sense of the collected data with different AI algorithms. Thus, the ability to collect these two data streams, coupled with our non-invasive sensors, allow a single NAC device to digitize many different equipment types. To date, we have been focused on deployments within the elevator industry, and we have been working with different groups of stakeholders to drive adoption. We are working with a global distributor for broad reach and on a more regional basis with specific channel partners. We also have upcoming deals we'll be announcing within the transit sector, which we are particularly excited about. Thinking external to elevators for a second, a focus of our involvement in Plug and Play has been in exploring additional industries where we can best leverage our technology. We are interested in water and wastewater, HVAC, and refrigeration. But if you would like to talk about a specific opportunity, please reach out directly. In terms of life cycle, we are currently raising a seed 2, working with our existing investors and partners, and we do see a unique opportunity to assist real estate owners and operators with digital tools as we transition out of the COVID lockdowns. So that will be much of our focus in the coming months. Feel free to reach out with any additional questions, and thanks for listening.
Thanks for that presentation, NAC. Up next, we have a startup looking to accelerate the integration of artificial intelligence into enterprise and IoT applications. Please help me welcome Robust Machines.
Hi, I'm Dilip Hanjwani. I'm the founder and CEO of Robust Machine. At Robust Machine, we are developing a breakthrough AI service platform for IoT and healthcare applications. Before Robust Machine, I had founded Blue Lane, which was acquired by VMware. In addition to Blue Lane, I have worked at a number of companies in leadership roles. Teletrack, which got acquired by Trimble, Skyhigh Networks, which was acquired by McAfee, and Illumina. A small team of data scientists and engineers who's working with me. I also have a seasoned advisory board with executives from Hitachi, Vantara, IBM Watson, and Grail. At Robust Machine, we are addressing the problem of poor performance of AI in real world. We believe there are 4 reasons for that. Number 1 is the quality of the training data. Number 2, in certain applications, you need a large volume of AI model. For instance, if you want to do predictive maintenance in a factory, we need to build a model for every unique machine and component, and that can run into hundreds. In addition to these 2 problems, the other 2 problems are related to the maintenance of AI model. Once you deploy AI model in production, the model may run into new patterns, or it may face a drift because the properties of the data change with time. To address these problems, we have created our patent pending technology, Newness. That technology has helped us to create services that can improve the performance of AI and productivity of the data scientists by order of 2 to 5x. We support a number of market segments such as IoT and healthcare. Our technology is validated by tens of customers and tested by Hitachi Vantara. The Newness technology that we just discussed has the ability to identify the new information in the data. It can be used to extract the best samples for building or fixing the highest accuracy AI. Or it can also be used to optimize search for AutoML. That is a technology which is used to automatically generate AI models. Our service platform uses Newness guided learning engine for both automatic generation of AI models, and also it uses Newness to provide a closed loop lifecycle management of AI model. We are able to extract Newness from the data in production, and we bring back that Newness and we use that Newness to improve the model, and the improved model is deployed back again, creating this closed loop that can continuously manage the AI and improve its performance. Our platform provides application-specific plugins, for instance, we have plugins for IoT applications, and that can help with the acceleration of application for predictive maintenance or visual inspection. We are also working on plugin for healthcare applications such as drug discovery and medical imaging. Our solution improves accuracy, reduces the cost, and accelerates the time to market. The case study I'm going to discuss is the POC that we did with Hitachi Vantara. It was around 2 different opportunities for OEM partnership. One was to provide AI model execution, AI health management for a product called Hitachi Pentaho. And the second was AI model generation for smart industries for the new product. In our POC test, the performance of RMC model generation exceeded or matched both manually developed AI models by data scientists and best known results. And our Newness worked as claimed. In one case, it was not even possible to develop model without assist from the Newness. So our investor, we are seeking 1 to 2 million in seed financing as safe note. We're planning for the following business activities in the next 12 months. We'll deliver on the requirement for Hitachi Vantara deal. We complete the development for healthcare applications plugin, and we'll be starting 2 to 5 additional POCs with IoT and healthcare vendors. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Robust Machines. Up next, we're taking a look at computer vision for industrial workspaces. Please help me give a warm welcome to Kinetic Eye.
Hi, I'm Josh Butler with Kinetic Eye. Computer vision is poised to be the most transformative technology in industrial workplaces this century. You can see here how we're helping make that happen with one of Amazon's cross-dock partners in the Midwest. All of the industrial processes in the world, in warehouses, manufacturing, construction, energy, and materials, fall into one of two categories. 28% of all tasks are easily automatable. Robots, for example, can complete tasks like grasping, lifting, carrying, navigating, and they generally create easily captured analytics. The other 72% of tasks are highly complex tasks, which are mostly hidden from analytic systems. Today's industrial leaders are taking a hard look at these more highly complex tasks that don't lend themselves to full automation. And herein lies the big computer vision opportunity: to track the untracked, to monitor the unmonitored, to shed light on the wealth of data that complex human actions produce. Leaders like Amazon have seen the opportunity that Kinetic Eye represents and are using it to further their Amazon effect. We offer the non-Amazons the same sort of technical capability. Industrial managers are being asked to do more than any one person could ever do, yet they have the same old tools that aren't driving change. Process deviations are the enemy of operations managers. Kinetic Eye helps address quality and productivity issues from process deviations by providing continuous data feeds. U.S. workplace fatalities are up 17% in the last decade. We prevent workplace accidents with accident prevention, not accident analysis after the fact. But most importantly, we had an era of management plagued by isolated data from single sensors or systems. Let's see the technology in action. Slips and falls are some of the most common sources of claims and injuries. Leading causes include exposed drops, spills, and unprotected gates. Ergonomics are another leading cause of injury. Employees need to keep lifting in the power zone and avoid repetitive strain. Nearly 1 in 10 forklifts are involved in an accident every year. Maintaining a safe speed, a modest safety margin, and keeping all limbs inside the cage can prevent many serious injuries. PPE compliance isn't just about helmets, gloves, and safety vests. It's also a COVID-19 concern. Every business today needs to ensure that employees are maintaining social distancing guidelines and wearing appropriate PPE, including masks and gloves. One of our clients runs a COVID-19 test kit assembly and fulfillment operation for a medical lab in Oakland. They had two objectives: demonstrate concern and responsibility for employees, and second, differentiate by demonstrating high levels of hygiene for a discerning medical client. We set up 3 cameras and focused on social distancing and masks. Within a few days of deploying, we were feeding them insights that helped them confirm that they were actually doing a tremendous job in general. It was just the managers who needed to adjust their habits, and our video-based insights helped them address the minor issues quickly. Another client runs a cross-dock operation for Amazon, FedEx, and Expeditors in the Midwest. Their priorities were around business resilience during the COVID lockdown, reducing forklift-related accidents, and saving time for their safety team. We delivered 8 cameras and 5 policies, and within 3 months, we helped them identify unreported collisions and near misses, save hours a week on inspections, and ultimately reduce the number of COVID-19 social distancing violations by 75%. We have a 3-part commercialization strategy. We have a rapidly growing direct-to-customer sales pipeline. Our relationships with 2 of the top 5 workers' comp insurance carriers serve as a massive demand generation opportunity for us and insurance discount opportunities for our clients. And we intend to create and market our own workers' comp insurance product, similar to the Health IQ life insurance or Metromile technology-enabled auto insurance offering. Our team brings years of experience shipping AI for startups and various tech and industry giants, most recently in the self-driving car space. We recently closed our pre-seed round, having raised over $600,000 to date from strategic angels and investors, institutionals, and now we're honored and humbled to be shipping AI where it's needed most, tackling those super dangerous jobs that power our economy. Thanks for your time. I'm looking forward to hearing how we can serve you.
Thanks, Kinetic Eye. Up next, we're diving into the world of augmented reality. Please help me welcome Okta.
Hello from Berlin. I'm Henry, one of the co-founders of Okta. Together with Daniel and Elias, we founded Okta early 2019 in Berlin, Germany. We combine over 25 years of experience in building and managing software companies. Okta has worked with clients such as Siemens, KUKA, Porsche as an investor through APX, the University of Berkeley, and holds a strategic partnership with Deloitte and Festo. Our mission is to automate industrial training by scaling immersive technologies. Physical professions are hard to teach. Practical skills cannot be taught with text instructions. Workers need experiences. At the same time, all of you watching are experiencing the same situation. COVID-19 changed how businesses can operate day to day, and industrial training is needed to teach those changes to your employees. In training, mass face-to-face is not possible anymore. Alternatively, organizations can create or deploy virtual augmented reality alternatives, but all of them are stuck in the same problems. First, today, the supply chain is blocked. Second, there's no logistical hardware network to scale. Third, training installation is still manual work. And last but not least, immersive trainings are limited to the hardware that you can have. This is why we've built Okta. Okta helps clients with scalable creation, distribution, and access of immersive training. Let me show you how Okta works. This is a maintenance instruction for a medical ventilation machine. The user learns how to disassemble the used parts for disinfection on the mobile phone, or even while being at work on site with one hand only. The exact same instruction can be accessed with the exact same link through the browser on the computer, interacting with the 3D experience, allowing to explore the model from all sides. But here's the magic. Once more, the exact same link allows you to experience the fully immersed training on your VR headset within a matter of seconds. Okta furthermore works on any existing augmented reality headsets such as HoloLens 1 or 2, Magic Leap, or Unreal. So, how does our system do this? For the end user, it's incredibly simple. The short link is the touch point through the existing channel inside your organization of choice, for example, the public service portal. The deep link jumps directly into Okta's content delivery engine, which detects the device and delivers the immersive technology to be rendered. For example, a virtual reality experience in a virtual reality headset. These settings have been configured by the administrator in the back office of the Okta Creator Platform, the central point for immersive training management and distribution. Okta developed plugins based on most 3D creation tools, enabling globally nearly 10 million 3D experts to already be fluent with how to create content for Okta from today. Immersive training relies on standard industry source data. In this case, for example, a combination of 3D CAD product data and process knowledge from workflows, offering full industrial compatibility. So how can our clients integrate and distribute the links? They can, for example, share the link or QR code in product manuals. They can integrate them into their e-learning modules. They can make them parts of assignments in their learning management systems. They can simply share via an email or SMS, whatever you can think of. And last but not least, the links can be reattached into your product lifecycle management, helping internal operations. Today, there are 3,225 times more devices that can access Okta trainings than there are existing AR or VR devices. 4.7 billion devices can access Okta's content instantly. While we are compatible with the latest AR and VR hardware, Okta is also backwards compatible to the devices your employees already have in their pockets. Around 20% of practicals training can immediately be standardized and scaled through Okta, which leads to a cost reduction of 15%. Our product is packaged into the player and creator, which are priced monthly and annually. A catalog training creation and conversion pricing list for services helps. For those of you asking, how can we get started? What we need from you is context, data, and people. If you provide this, it's just a matter of days to the first results. Please feel free to check out the demo on our website. And let's get everyone trained in a post-corona world. As a side note, we're experiencing an explosion in customer demand and we will raise a bridge round in August. Please feel free to get in touch if you would like to get part of the journey. I'm Henry from Okta in Berlin. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for that presentation, Okta. Up next, we have a startup using an IoT system to optimize the energy usage and operation of buildings. Please help me give a warm welcome to Bead Technology.
Today's commercial real estate investors want to access the information about the usage trends of their buildings anytime, anywhere, instantly. They want to be connected with their buildings. Hi, I am Soner from Bead Technologies, and we create digital models of usage trends in buildings with real-time data and AI. Today, we spend over 90% of our lives inside buildings, and it was even 100% a couple of weeks ago. That makes it much more important to understand how we use those buildings. How the human behavior changed during the day inside of the building. because we invest every year over $250 billion in commercial buildings. And the reason for that is most of the time we are overcooling, overlighting buildings. We are overheating buildings, and we are using unnecessary big spaces on unnecessary big buildings. In order to overcome that problem, we developed a multiple sensor device, a battery operated device, which we call BEAT. It has 5 different sensors in it. And we install that sensor throughout the building so that we know exactly what's happening in every part of the building. And the information is sent to the cloud-based software. And the software starts analyzing how the usage trends, how the day cycle change during the day, how the occupancy patterns are changing, and what affects those change. Is it the indoor temperature levels? Is it the architectural design? What causes people go from one direction to another? We continuously create data. The system learns the building. And very importantly, it starts the operating building without needing any human intervention. And we also have a new feature which we call occupancy flow analysis. We can show you how the occupancy flow direction is happening during the day inside the building, so that you can use that information in order to optimize space usage, optimize marketing strategies, but also reduce risk in your buildings. And as of today, we installed over 3,800 devices in over 170 buildings. And our system is used in many different verticals, from banking, insurance, into hospitality, office buildings, from retail and industry into municipalities. But very importantly, our customers achieved over 30% savings by reducing their insurance costs, reducing their energy waste, but also optimizing their. And here you can see some of our installations with some of our projects and customers. And we are targeting commercial buildings and industrial facilities, and the market size is estimated to be 80 billion by the end of next year. In order to reach our target, we are looking for strategic partners that we can partner with, and that's also our business model. We would like to have strategic partners from different verticals, from telecom into smart city developers and consulting companies, from BMS vendors into insurance companies. BEAT is one system that gives you 6 solutions that you can achieve over 30% savings. It is one system that you can use in very different departments or verticals. You can use it for space optimization, for optimizing energy efficiency, for reducing the risk in your buildings, but also you can use it for optimizing your whole operations. And we also have a new feature that we call BEAT Temp Eye Sensor. You can install that small, affordable, easy to integrate sensor in the doors, in your facilities, in your offices, or in your shops, so that you can track the body heat temperature of people and reduce risk and prevent risk even before entering your building. Spaces are limited, but the experience you can create from those spaces is unlimited. And BEAT can give you that information and that unlimited information from your buildings. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation, Bede. Up next, we have a startup focused on improving the quality of the air that we breathe. Please help me welcome Wind Technologies.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ray, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Wind. Poor air quality is one of the most important health problems today. From pollution to allergens to now airborne COVID, everyone is affected. However, bad air quality is also largely invisible, and few people know whether the environment they live, work, and play in is as best as it can be for their health and well-being. Moreover, most people don't even know what to do if their environment is not optimal. Our mission at Wind is to improve indoor air quality at scale. And we aim to accomplish that via our data science platform, which measures, benchmarks, and improves environments at scale. The platform starts with our proprietary software-enabled sensors that measure the most comprehensive set of air quality metrics at a fraction of the traditional cost. We're leveraging the sensor network to build the largest data set of indoor environments. And through AI and data analytics, we can recommend the right products and services to improve the places in need. Let's start with first principles. Not all indoor environments are the same. This data set is from our sensor network, which shows vast differences in indoor air quality among the major hotel casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. The worst hotel has indoor air quality as bad as a typical day in New Delhi, whereas the best one is just as good as outdoor air in Hawaii. This data can be a currency to help the ones that invested in building and maintaining a good environment to increase their bottom line through higher rental and property prices and higher occupancy. For spaces that need help, this same data can guide them toward the right products and services to permanently improve their environment, so they too can enjoy the financial benefits. We're all at home today because of COVID, and many won't take the risk of going out to their commercial office, hotel, school, and other shared spaces. We believe that our technology and platform is a critical element to rebuilding trust and confidence in that built environment. By enabling and demonstrating a healthy indoor space free of contaminants and germs, we can help communities open up again and for businesses to prosper. It starts with our flagship product, the Wind Halo, which is the most comprehensive environmental monitor with the ability to monitor over 15 metrics on indoor air quality. And not only does it measure, but with the Wind Cloud, it can generate alerts, recommendations, and moreover, automate the built environment for better health, while intelligently saving energy and HVAC infrastructure costs. To date, we've sold over 35,000 air quality devices in 80 countries around the world and have been featured in the Apple Store, Best Buy, and more. On the enterprise side, we've signed deals and are rolling out trials with some of the largest companies for the built environment. One of the biggest is Honeywell Home, which has an install base of over 150 million residences around the world, where we power their indoor air quality technology so they can better service their customers and provide them with a peace of mind. Our core technology team is comprised of graduates from MIT, complemented with sales leaders from Amazon and CBRE who know how to bring partners together. We believe that indoor air quality health is a win-win for everyone, including the resident and tenant who is safer and healthier, the property owner who can enjoy higher rents and property values, and finally, the product and service providers who know which places need their help. We are looking for partners to work together and expand the indoor air quality to the built environment. You can find me at ray@hellowind.com or at our website at www.wind.ai. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Wind. Let's shift gears to a startup that simplifies and automates how companies exchange data and connect workflows. Please help me give a warm welcome to 42 Layers.
Hello, everybody. My name is Naresh. I am one of the co-founders of 42 Layers. And firstly, I want to thank you all for taking the time to hear us talk about the amazing things we're building at 42 Layers. Kirat and I co-founded 42 Layers about a year back. And prior to 42 Layers, Kirat and I were both with Google, and we were leading AI and machine learning initiatives with Google Cloud. I was the business lead, Kirat was the technical lead, and together we were one of the founding members of Cloud AI, building the products and taking it to market. We actually raised our seed round back in July of last year, and we are supported by CRV, Lightspeed, and Pair. The business problem we solve is that of B2B communication, B2B automation. Anyone who's worked with entities either within their company, such as subsidiaries or different geographical entities, or external entities like partners and customers, knows the pain involved in exchanging data. Typically, it involves a lot of people extracting and pushing data into systems of records and a whole bunch of PDFs, Excel files, emails, and FTPs. And the fundamental root cause here is that systems just cannot talk to one another, especially when the systems are sitting across organizational boundaries and network boundaries. So the result of this is three things. We see a whole bunch of manual processes still being used in a lot of enterprises. Data silos still exist, because of interoperability. And even when people try to use iPaaS and platforms like that to connect systems, it's a hodgepodge of spaghetti of API connections, which is painful to manage. And number three, AI and machine learning, which everybody likes to talk about, ends up becoming a theoretical batch mode exercise where you're dumping data into some data warehouse and building models on top of, and most of the time those models don't even see the light of the day. So our mission is to empower your teams to harmonize data and automate processes, not just within your organization, but across your customers, across your vendors, and across your entire supply chain, so your teams can stop focusing on those manual processes and focus on innovation and building things. The core of what we've built is what we like to call WhatsApp for business systems. And the idea here is that, what if systems could seamlessly talk to one another, like humans talk to one another using systems like WhatsApp and Signal and so on. The systems could be sitting anywhere internally, internal systems or external system or cloud-based systems. These systems could be representing data in different formats and different schemas, but 42 layers acts as the glue that connects these systems, taking care of all sorts of data transformations, schema transformations, governance, and AI required to make these systems communicate with one another. So it starts with three things as we start talking to customers: connectivity, intelligence, and visibility. Let's look at each one of these in a little bit of detail. Connectivity is all about bringing these systems together, connecting these systems together so people can start automating these manual processes. And the key innovation that we have done here is our connectivity fabric is completely decoupled and message-based. Unlike API-based connection, which is basically point-to-point connections, we have completely decoupled these connections to a point where heterogeneous systems that have completely different impedance levels can talk to one another. As an example, a system that only talks API can now talk to a mainframe system or a system that only understands XML, and we take care of how these systems exchange data, taking care of format translations as we sit in between. This also gives people on either side the flexibility to connect into the downstream systems the way they want to connect it without impacting the other party. The second part is intelligence. Three parts to intelligence. There's transformations, governance, and the traditional AI. The transformation is how do you transform data as the data flows through between systems internally and externally without writing code. This is basically like users giving examples and we learning from examples and auto-generating programs to do the transformation. The second is governance, which is applying PII detection, DLP enforcement, policy enforcement as the data is flowing through our fabric. And third is the traditional machine learning, translating data, translating languages, converting metrics, doing anomaly detection in real time as the data is flowing. And then the last part of that is the visibility. Once your systems are connected, are able to talk to one another, we pump the data into any data warehouse of your choice so you can start acting on that data in real time. And second is we come with out-of-the-box control towers to look at your business metrics and do analytics on top of it. This is one of the use cases we did with a G500 company. The problem here was that of EDI. They were seeing a lot of chargebacks. They were seeing a lot of errors. They were spending a whole bunch of time in taking manual files, Excel files, CSVs, and in translating and putting it into their systems of record. And as a result of that, the customer experience was pretty low. It took us 2 data flows in a week, what it would have typically taken a team of consultants in 6 months to go implement, and we were able to reduce their EDI chargebacks by 80%, bring the manual work down by 60 hours, and improve the customer satisfaction by 40%. With that, I'd like to end my presentation and open it up to any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for that presentation, 42 Layers. Up next, we have a startup that will enable the 5G transformation of industrial IoT. Please help me welcome ALTIN Labs.
Hi, and welcome to ALTIN Labs virtual pitch. My name is Ahmed Kanan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of ALTIN Labs. We are a bunch of PhDs who are building a platform to enable smart infrastructure using next generation IoT and analytics technologies. I met my co-founders at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I was a postdoc working on millimeter wave systems and where I received my PhD in electrical engineering in 2017. Hussam Sadiq brings in more than 15 years of academic and industry experience, and Hengwang Jiang is currently an associate professor of civil engineering at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. Combining our knowledge of RF engineering, mobile communication technologies, civil engineering, and construction technologies, the three of us realized something interesting about construction in general and infrastructure in specific. While RF engineering, mobile technology, and data analytics have seen great advances in the lab, its adoption in the field, particularly for infrastructure, has been extremely slow. And that's a shame because America's infrastructure report card does not really look good and it could use some smart infrastructure. essentially, features like analytics, asset monitoring, and quality control could be enormously beneficial to infrastructure stakeholders who build large and small infrastructure projects, who manage DOT assets, or monitor sites for quality control. But all of those tasks require advanced RF engineering techniques and reliable cellular connectivity to ensure flow of data or images to relevant stakeholders. Current technologies in the field make adapting these technologies prohibitively complicated, expensive, and even destructive. Because if that vital city or transportation asset is not monitored, the result could be catastrophic, like this one, the pedestrian bridge collapse at Florida International University in March 2018, or if you remember back, the Minneapolis bridge collapse in August 2007. Such catastrophes often cause massive property damage with hefty repair bills in the millions of dollars. They leave cities with paralyzed transportation systems, and they pose very high public safety risks. To show you the value of ALTIN Labs platform, let me walk you through a use case for our technology, non-destructive bridge monitoring systems. Roughly 10% of bridges in the US are rated structurally deficient with an average structural age of 43 years. And with 40% over 50 years. So if you are a state level DOT, a city management office, or even a university with a transportation assets to monitor, you are desperate for an efficient way to identify problems in concrete structure, such as bridges, at an early stage, non-destructively. Our platform uses radio frequency technology and data processing techniques to capture data of concrete structure and reconstruct an accurate image for the inside of structure exactly as an ultrasound captures a fetus image. The system utilizes RF propagation and reflection measurements to capture the structured data and uses our proprietary signal analysis technique and algorithm to construct an internal image of the structure. Without diving into too much of the technical details, the system is capable of identifying interior micro defects, such as cracks as thin as a human hair, and detects weak stress changes with high degree of accuracy within service bridges, so traffic does not need to be stopped. We have launched our pilot using our lab prototype in collaboration with the Louisiana Transportation Research Center and the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. Based on our market research, we determined that as a service revenue model is very appealing to potential customers. For customers, it eliminates major obstacles such as hardware setup and maintenance, and with an entry price of $1,200 per site per month, infrastructure stakeholders could maintain our service within their operational budget. As a seed stage startup, we are seeking a lead investor to raise $500,000, of which we have 25% committed, and we plan to use the funds for our MVP launch at least 5 pilot sites and achieve $72,000 in annual recurring revenues. ALTIN Labs enables smart cities applications by leveraging RF engineering, advanced cellular connectivity, and data analytics to transform infrastructure into IoT systems. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, ALTIN Labs. Up next, we have a startup looking to eliminate power as a roadblock to the Internet of Things. Please welcome Jeeva.
Hi, I'm Scott Bright, CEO here at Jeeva, and we're working to connect the next billion things to the internet. Because the so-called Internet of Everything has a serious scaling problem. No current radio technology can provide the necessary combination of power, cost, density, range, and real-time data transmission that is necessary to support continued exponential growth in demand for connectivity. In fact, the trajectory of radio and battery chemistry innovations have already become the limiting factors for IoT growth. Even today's newest breeds of low-power radio still require relatively large, power-hungry, and expensive components at both send and receive stations. Jeeva is working to eliminate this roadblock by reinventing how wireless data transmission works. Our passive backscatter technology consumes 3 orders of magnitude less power than any existing radio system. We achieved this breakthrough using reflected RF energy to encode and send data rather than using emitted RF energy the way a conventional radio transmitter does. More importantly, we can encode the reflected information using standard packet data protocols, which can be received by low-cost, commodified radio hardware. And, at approximately the size of a grain of rice and costing in the tens of cents at high volume, our backscatter modem chip will enable sensing devices to be embedded into everyday objects at an unprecedented scale. We are building a full-stack solution with a connectivity-as-a-service engagement model, and intend to provide everything needed to deploy and manage very large-scale networks of IoT endpoints. Our system is capable of continuously streaming hundreds of kilobits per second of data across hundreds of meters of range using less than 100 microwatts of source power. This means no latency or duty cycle downtime due to battery cost constraints or energy harvesting limitations, as is the case with all other competing IoT wireless technologies. We see a giant opportunity for our platform in a variety of market segments. Our initial focus, however, is to provide hardware, software, and integration services to help early adopter clients create new solutions in a subset of these markets. Our current customers have demonstrated high demand for connectivity of consumable and disposable products and packaging. So our product development initiatives are focused on large-scale opportunities to embed inexpensive wireless sensors that automate inventorying and stock replenishment to help manufacturers and distributors build faster and more efficient supply chains by providing real-time, unit-level data generated by the products themselves. We've been working with pilot customers to develop proof-of-concept systems in advance of our first commercial product release slated for later this year. Recent examples include a demonstration for P&G showcasing a battery-free sensing system that could be economically built into consumable packaging. For Google, we've enabled a new class of peripheral device that streams data to a tablet or phone without ever needing a replaceable or rechargeable battery. We've also created an environmental sensing system for LaForge that can be embedded inside walls, and helped Novo Nordisk create a prototype disposable insulin pen that relays data through a user's smartphone. Jeeva is a 4-year-old spin-out from the Deep Tech Labs at the University of Washington. The co-founding team have authored more than a dozen award-winning academic research papers and are the primary inventors of the IP upon which our technology is based. We currently have a staff of 12 engineers headquartered in Seattle. Shortly after launch, Jeeva raised an initial $1 million in seed funding, followed a year later with a $2 million note. Since then, we have generated over $2 million in NRE and prototyping revenues. Jeeva currently has runway through the beginning of next year, which we are seeking to extend by another 6 to 8 months to ensure completion of the next critical milestones, including release of the ASIC later this year for pilot deployments through the first half of next year. We anticipate raising a larger acceleration round next year to scale up commercial deployments, launch our subscription services platform, and complete the next products in our pipeline. Thanks for your time and interest. I welcome any questions or requests for more information.
Thanks for that, Jeeva. Continuing in the vein of connectivity, up next, we have an edge computing platform for the industrial Internet of Things. Please help me welcome Nebbiolo.
Hi, my name is Gary Mendel. I'm the VP of Worldwide Sales and Business Development for Nebbiolo Technologies. We're a software infrastructure play focusing on digitizing industrial systems at the edge. We were founded in 2015 by Cisco executives in the IoT space with 3 vertical markets focusing on manufacturing, energy, and utilities. Our software has been in production release since 2018, and we're fortunate enough to have customers ranging from active pilots to deployment to scale with known entities. Our business model is a SaaS model. We're an open platform. We're hardware agnostic, and our distribution channels is our primary path to market. A little bit about our infrastructure in a simplified view. So we have two main components: the FOG SM, which is a system manager, which has orchestration and centralized management. And then we have the FOG OS, or the operating system, which has edge virtualization and data collection, a bunch of other functions. So if you look at the diagram, data is collected from all these various devices at the bottom. Our system collects this data and moves it up to applications that are hosted on the FOG OS at the edge, hosted and processed. And then these devices, these nodes, are managed again centrally through a centralized management orchestration solution. So what Nebbiolo brings is virtualization, containerization, applications, security, all at the edge, but most notably in real time. We insert ourselves in different areas across the verticals. In automotive manufacturing, we insert ourselves on the shop floor in the OT domain. In oil and gas, we insert ourselves more in the field, remote field, where field processing and production operations occur. And in the smart grid, we insert in transmission substations and primary and secondary distribution stations. One of the key use cases we are amplifying is virtualization. And what we typically see is environments with very old IPCs failing, running legacy applications on old Windows versions. Applications won't work on new hardware. New applications won't work on the old hardware. So we developed a proprietary cloning tool so we could clone at scale and virtualize. So essentially, the cloning tool captures the underlying configuration, virtualizes it, and puts it on more stout hardware at the edge. And we can run old versions of Windows and applications and new Windows applications and Linux across alongside, and all centrally managed. So we're seeing about a less than 24-month payback on these projects. Looking at more of an analytics play, Audi has been one of our customers that's done at a welding and riveting manufacturing plant. An average car is 5,000 welds. They could only quality test one car a day manually. We implemented our solution in their shop floor along with Intel, built a predictive inline quality testing application, and essentially we're able to automate all the inline quality testing and look at all 5 million welds a day. And we saw about 30 to 50% just alone in the cost of labor reductions. Same thing in Hyundai, similar. We as an engine head manufacturing, we implemented predictive inline quality control. They had a 1% manual inspection. We moved that to 100%, and across a bunch of lines at scale, the 5 lines with 25 IPCs each. If we move to oil and gas, we've been working with Exxon, virtualizing applications in the field so that we can remotely manage them. And utilities, pretty much the same, primary and secondary substations. They have applications that manage the grid flow and also security. We virtualize those, put them on more powerful infrastructure, add analytics, and application management. On summary, why Nebbiolo? Frost & Sullivan said it best. They kind of gave us an award recently and said we were the most complete edge platform from industrial automation. And so really about us, we have a very light footprint. We're purpose built for OT, and we run in real time. And we can virtualize legacy and new applications and run them on the same nodes. We can enable streaming analytics. We also have a programless data pipeline development capability where anybody can build analytics applications and deploy them on our platform. Aside from comprehensive orchestration, we also offer high availability. And lastly, we've invested heavily in patents around security, in particular device data ownership and digital rights. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for that, Nebbiolo. Up next, we have a startup building a simple-to-use interface for AI-powered business analytics. Please help me welcome Tellius.
Hi, I'm here to tell you about Tellius. Tellius is a guided insights platform. We empower business people to ask what happened, why it happened, and take action in minutes or hours versus weeks or months. In our personal lives today, we're using guided insights in applications like Google, Waze, or Netflix. They're all great examples of providing guided insights. They take advantage of a lot of data and use machine learning and natural language processing to create an artificially intelligent powered application to guide you to action. You're using this in your personal lives. Tellius wants to do this for you in your professional life. However, guided insights are a daunting task for companies given their current analytic tools and the data architecture in use today. The process creates obstacles. The obstacles are it takes 5 to 8 disjointed tools to complete the analytic journey. It requires manual analysis in each tool. We have to duplicate the data and move it from one tool to another. It creates a backlog of requests for the data scientist, the data engineer, and the data analyst, and it's not scalable. These obstacles create this gap that I'm showing you. The gap is between the knowns, which are the dashboards that monitor your KPIs and report on them, and the unknowns, which are the insights locked up in your company's data that are hard to uncover because of the disjointed nature of the data and analytic tools. It's this gap that causes everybody who is not a data scientist in the company to wait for the answer to why something happened and how to take action. So what's the answer? Well, the answer is Tellius. We're filling the chasm between the knowns and unknowns by providing guided insights using natural language processing, machine learning, and artificial intelligence that allows business people to ask a question against all of their data. Once they get that answer and see what happened, they can quickly move to why it happened and how to take action. And that taking action allows them to create value or proactively avoid a disaster and ultimately meet their business objectives. Let me share with you a success story from one of our pharmaceutical clients. Every month, they get 3,000 requests from pharmacy benefit management firms who think they're entitled to rebates. And they back those requests up with reams of data. How much? Well, each request contains 100 plus variables across 54,000 different providers. The fact is they simply could not analyze and validate all 3,000 rebate requests in the federally mandated period of 21 days. And as a result, they approved invalid rebate requests. With Tellius, the data prep time was collapsed from 17 days to 3 hours. The decision time went from 34 days to less than a day. And they were able to validate that multiple requests were invalid and not due a rebate, thus saving the company $2.7 million in the first 60 days. Tellius would welcome the opportunity and the chance to introduce you to our technology and show you how to uncover insights and value hidden in your company's data.
Thanks, Tellius. Up next, we have a startup transforming how enterprises deploy artificial intelligence. Please help me give a warm welcome to FlatMax.
Good morning. My name is Dave, and I'm founder and CEO of FlatMax. FlatMax is a platform for seamlessly deploying AI models into production environments. Our mission is to make advanced technologies more broadly available and easy to use for everyone. We started in 2018. In 2020, we raised $500K. After that, we signed up a few POC customers and joined the Plug and Play Innovation Platform, and I was pleased to receive the Extraordinary Ability Visa. We also joined Azure and Oracle for startups. We signed up a few pilot customers in May. I was pleased to be invited to join Masterlink as a judge and as a mentor. In June, We're developing a platform for accelerating the drug discovery process for COVID-19. There's a new opportunity for real-time data today. 57 billion will be spent on AI. 25% of data will be real-time, and 95% of data will be coming from IoT devices. This presents an opportunity for organizations to leverage AI models to derive insights. And Flatmax is uniquely positioned to help organizations achieve just that purpose. However, there's a challenge in deploying and productionizing high-performance AI models. There's a silo that exists between models, data sets, cloud infrastructures, hybrid, edge computing platforms. And we are solving that problem today by helping organizations make those connections between all of these components. Specifically, we're solving the problem in 3 different ways. 1, we provide a software stack that is optimized for inference. Secondly, we run all neural network models on our custom hardware architecture, and we are using an on-chip neural network optimization strategy that we have developed. In terms of performance, we're 10x better than a general purpose GPU, and we're 3x better than a high-end expensive GPU. So we'll put all of this together into a package that essentially you can think of it as a plug and play platform where you can bring in your own model, or you can use our tools to develop new models. You can connect your data to it and then connect your applications via APIs and SDKs that we provide. Additionally, we have an IoT platform that is Microsoft Azure certified. Our business model is as follows. We have a SaaS platform that we run cloud-based line of business solutions on top of. We have a PaaS platform for cloud edge-based services, and we can also customize our solution to fit your specific needs. We have partnered with some of the best organizations in the world, so you're rest assured that you're in good hands. We are currently working with 3 sets of customers today. We have a customer in the media entertainment space, as well as in industrial IoT. And of recent, we started working on the life sciences project, which is specific to COVID-19. And we have a demonstration ongoing today. We also presented a paper at an international conference just yesterday. We would like to talk to you to explore ways that we can partner with you, talk to you about potential investment opportunities as we move on to our next fundraising campaign. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for that presentation, Flatmax. Up next, we have a startup solving today's IoT management and security challenges. Please help me welcome Smart Axiom.
I'm Trent Poltronetti from Smart Axiom. We deliver software to manage and secure the Internet of Things. We have already accomplished a lot with a tiny angel investment, so are confident of a solid return for the seed round we are now raising. Here is a brief overview of the opportunity. Beyond basics like secure boot and encryption, IoT security is all about approval. Is this device a legitimate part of the system and not a compromised unit that has been added maliciously? And is it allowed to do what it's asking for, such as to send data externally or turn on the heat? The big question is, where do these approvals come from? When most people talk about IoT security, those approvals are coming from a server in a PKI model, largely consisting of a chain of certificates and keys encrypting communications. When implemented properly, this can be quite secure. Organizations are finding out, though, that there are shortcomings to this model, such as high latency, a single point of failure at the server, complex certificate and key management, high hosting costs, and a susceptibility to man-in-the-middle attacks. Instead, Smart Axiom runs a custom light blockchain among the devices at the edge of the internet, such as gateways and routers, or even security cameras and mesh Wi-Fi nodes. Blockchains are great at building trust, and once these devices can trust each other, they can work together to defend themselves and the attached system. Our system is fast, redundant, affordable, and scalable, fixing the issues with server-based security by replacing them. Our solution is comprised of three main components. BlockLock is our light edge blockchain and is the core product. Beachhead is our firmware to secure endpoints and actuators. Finally, Tenacious is our cloud interface for archiving, management, and reporting. It interoperates with existing enterprise backends, but the system runs and stays secure even if the servers are not available. This creates a complete endpoint through edge to cloud IoT management and security solution. Our distributed peer architecture brings several benefits: a very fast local response, reliability through redundancy, and it scales very well. It maintains the highest security while reducing hosting costs. And finally, our IoT smart contracts further push intelligence to the edge. Another huge benefit is that since Smart Axiom software runs at the application layer, it works well on all common networks, operating systems, and processors. It doesn't care if data arrives by Bluetooth, Zigbee, Wi-Fi, or 5G. It is used widely on Linux, RTOS, and Windows, and runs great on Intel and ARM processors. Our software is broadly applicable. Today, it runs smart buildings occupied by Xerox, HP, and Volvo Research. It secures tracking devices on trucks and shipping containers for BOE Logistics and Globe Teleservices. It has been highlighted by Intel on their gateways, Marvell on mesh Wi-Fi nodes, and NXP and Renesas on their microcontrollers. We also successfully completed a pilot project to manage and secure a Toyota production line and a proof of concept from Mazda that showed how a vehicle can defend itself. Now, Smart Axiom is seeking seed funding. We already achieved great things with only sweat equity and less than $500,000 of angel investment. We have customer deployments at Renesas, Xerox, BOA Logistics, and Volvo Research. We have built a great core team accomplished in engineering, marketing, and sales. We have 3 patents published and have delivered standard product version 1. Now we are seeking a $1.5 million seed round to roll out a faster to deploy subscription model, to drive our technology to market by building, marketing, and sales, and to further leverage the awesome partners we have already attracted. Given what we have accomplished so far with such a small angel investment, we are confident of a solid return for our seed investors. Thank you for listening, and here is how to contact us.
Thanks for that, Smart Axiom. Up next, we have a startup providing long-range, low-power wireless technology for IoT. Please help me welcome Ubeek.
Hi, my name is Jay, co-founder of Ubeek, and my team has innovated a new low-power, long-range wireless technology for IoT. Our technology has been proven to be the most reliable low-power, long-range wireless technology for large-scale IoT projects. Here's a snapshot of the landscape. Similar technologies include LoRa, LoRaWAN, NB-IoT, and LTE-Cat-M1. The key differentiating factors of our technology is that we are the least power-consuming technology and also allow a very wide data throughput. Our solution is composed of a software protocol stack embedded in 2 main hardware components, one being the waveless base station and the waveless end device module. You plug in our base station, you can enjoy miles of radius of coverage. In dense urban environments, we've experienced anywhere from 2 to 4 miles radius. In more open urban suburban areas, we've tested upwards of 8 miles radius coverage with a single base station. Our technology is extremely low power in that any end device with our end device module embedded inside can enjoy years of battery life. Our technology is proven to be the most scalable in that it can connect the most amount of end devices and it is also a bidirectional communication technology. So end devices can reliably send to the base station and vice versa, allowing for some key IoT features like firmware over the air, message acknowledgements, and security parameters like mutual authentication. So we have successful deployments connecting utilities, EV fleet chargers, panic buttons, factory center networks, solar panels. A cool concept that we are currently looking into develop is a concept for COVID-19. It is composed of a single network connecting two main end devices, one being a people counting sensor, which can be installed on the top of every entryway, and also signage, which allows transparency for everyday people like you and I to make educated decisions of whether to enter a restaurant, a store in a mall, or a meeting room. So our story starts in April 2016 when we were founded, and we participated in the largest IoT tender in Taiwan to connect smart meters. Through a 13-month due diligence process and competing against global vendors, our technology was proven to be the most reliable, the most scalable, the most cost-effective. So we clinched our first 2 tender victories, which equates to a $24 million US contract, and it entails a single network of 285,000 devices. We ended this past year, 2019, with some very nice awards, including the IEEE Startup of the Year and the AWS Startup Challenge winner. Currently, we have over 100 paying customers spread over 35 countries. And our biggest customers are Rakuten and the Taiwan Power Company. Now, my last slide, I just invite all the partners, the corporate partners listening in to reach out if they have any concepts around IoT or whether our technology can curb any of the pain points that they're experiencing. I look forward to discussing with you guys in the near future. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for that, Ubeek. Next up, we're moving back into the world of computer vision with a software that optimizes the processing of AI across devices. Please help me welcome Xalient.
Hi, I'm Lars. I'm the CEO of Xalient.
By the end of the decade, 50 billion IoT cameras will be collecting a deluge of digital data. This will power smart cities and industry, commercial transformations, new technologies for home, mobility. Everything about our world will change. But all of these cameras need to be processed. All of this data must be made sense of. And for that, we need AI. But today's AI is just not up to the job.
The price of the devices that it takes to power this, the bandwidth to move the data around, and the cloud compute costs and storage costs to handle all of these cameras and all of this video data simply exceed the value of the use case.
The root cause is today's vision AI is inefficient.
They look at every single pixel of every single frame of video. And intuitively, this is not the way that you and I see the world. When we look at the world, we immediately identify what is it that is important about the field of view, and we focus our attention on those things. My co-founder is the PhD neuroscientist who identified how human beings do this and then mapped that insight into AI. And the result is the world's most efficient computer vision. 76 times faster than the state-of-the-art YOLO V3. Now, normally when you do this, you lose accuracy. But what's so important here is that we can keep or improve accuracy even as we scale down to IoT devices. And so more exciting perhaps than the efficiency number is the opportunity for us to open lots of new use cases across industries. So we can look at retail automation, and we can look at drones and inspection services. We can transform security, and of course, ultimately, mobility. All of this can be done because we're reducing the cost to serve these use cases. One of our customers has done exactly this in retail analytics, cutting their CapEx by 30x. Now, privacy is important. Because we're doing processing of the AI onboard edge devices, We can remove faces and other personally identifiable information before it's transmitted to the cloud. Another of our customers is using AI onboard their drones, and they cut their 4G bill by 94%. So sometimes it's not about money, it's just about speed. And in safety applications from ADAS to factory automation, we see that speed and accuracy are the only criteria that matter, and we can deliver these better than anybody.
Salient can be used as a standalone detector or in combination with your AI. Selective attention can zoom in, providing more pixel information to your AI, improving accuracy. Alternatively, we can operate as a low-power, battery-saving standby mode, an AI that knows when to turn on the rest of your AI. Use it to extend battery life, or just save you on your cloud costs by eliminating waste. Our tools give you everything you need for computer vision. Train AI, deploy it to your edge devices, monitor, manage, and deliver updates.
My co-founder invented this technology. I'm the CEO. I've got 20 years in enterprise software. My last business I sold to Alipay, and I come from MIT EE. Our team is now built out globally, and we look forward to hearing more from you about your use cases and your needs for fast and accurate computer vision. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Salient. Up next, we're sticking with the computer vision theme to look at a software that uses AI to watch security cameras. Please help me give a warm welcome to Iris.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael Bingham and I'm the co-founder and CEO of XIris, AI for video surveillance and automatic crime detection. Look around, I'm sure you will see a security camera somewhere in your vicinity. In fact, there are 350 million surveillance cameras in the world. But there is currently no practical solution to cost-effectively and efficiently monitor large networks of cameras with high accuracy. In other words, there's no one behind the cameras watching it. And this is because institutions lack resources to actively monitor criminal activity, and this has life-threatening effects, such as 50% of violent crimes caught on camera actually not being reported, and it taking over 15 minutes for law enforcement to respond to a crime or incident. The market for video surveillance is growing, and it isn't slowing down anytime soon either. Out of the 350 million cameras in the world, we consider 10 million of these cameras to be part of our serviceable, addressable market. So our solution for this was to create Iris, AI that monitors security footage that is trained to detect crimes and threats in real time. Iris will watch security cameras and notify the authorities whenever she sees something abnormal. Iris is purely a software solution that integrates with pre-existing cameras and analyzes their footage in the cloud. This allows us to be up to 70% more cost-effective than the solution human monitoring. Now, our algorithm is cloud-based. Whenever it detects something violent, such as vandalism, it sends a sample of that clip to Noonlight, which is a human verification service. They verify that the event is occurring before we alert the customer, and if the situation is dire enough, we can use their API to send police to the business's location. The customer is then alerted through a web interface and a text or email. Now, we're able to adapt our technology to various environments due to the versatility of our algorithm. Recently, we've developed COVID-19 related features to help businesses navigate through this pandemic. These include mass detection, overcrowding detection, and cough detection. We're able to protect workers in the manufacturing plants by identifying PPE as well as potential hazards. In addition, our threat detection technology can be integrated into self-driving vehicles to identify crimes and accidents in real time. We believe these vehicles can play a very important part in public safety in the future. And for smart cities, we can automate crime and accident detection for a faster and more streamlined police response. Here's what it will look like when you get that notification on our web interface in a sort of timetable thing. These events allow you to see the details of the event and view a captured clip of the event. So if there is a vandalism occurring in your event, you can see the notification pop up in real time along with the confidence level, the location where it happened, the time that it happened, and you can also see a video event recording of the event. So our revenue model is pretty straightforward. It's subscription based, and for each camera added to our network, we charge either $500 annually or $60 monthly. We expect to generate $6 billion annual revenue if we reach our expected market penetration in the US. We currently have about 6,000 MRR, and our customers are mainly small convenience stores, office buildings, and schools. We're in talks with a couple of potential large corporate customers who are interested in deploying Iris in their products, warehouse, and construction sites. We're also entering into a trial in West Palm Beach, Florida, for the police department as well. Now, since launching, we have deployed nearly 100 cameras and have detected 2 acts of vandalism that require police response. Our models have high accuracy, as well as our accuracy being 97% and only less than 1% a false positive. In addition, we are piloting some of our newer detection features related to COVID-19 with select universities in the United States to help them open back up in the fall. We're backed by Right Side Capital, and we have raised and committed capital of over $200,000. We're raising $500K in total for our pre-seed round using the post-money safe convertible note structure. This will assist us with customer acquisition, dataset acquisition, and other growth-related expenses. Thank you for listening, and if you want to help us invent the future, our email address is below, and our phone number is there as well.
Thanks for that presentation, Iris. Up next, we have a startup that uses their intuitive code-free platform to help high-tech enterprises be more data-driven. Let's all give a warm welcome to Vanti Analytics.
Hi everyone, I'll be presenting Vanti Analytics, which enables AI-driven manufacturing by a self-service data science product for operation teams. The founding team is comprised of myself and my co-founder Nero, and together we are sharing more than 25 years in technology organizations. We're taking concepts to high-volume manufacturing products in the automotive, communication, and consumer electronics industries. Ren, our CBO, brings 20 years of experience in enterprise customers management, and Eagle is a leading expert in data science and machine learning. So the leading manufacturers today still can leverage their data in order to improve operations performance, namely yield, margins, reliability and quality costs, and much, much more. Only 1% of the data collected during testing and manufacturing is eventually being analyzed. The reasons for this are the high complexity of the data, the inability to monitor and maintain advanced models in production, and the domain expertise required to understand and act upon those models. So let's look at a specific example. On a testing line of a mass-produced electronic system, existing data from units testing and RMA documentation were fed into Vanti's platform, which developed a model to predict in real time units which are highly likely to fail and stop them before they ship. Deployment of the model didn't require any new tests or data to be collected. It was only based on existing data from the testing line. The potential savings on RMA costs for that line alone are $1 million per year. And with almost 100 different lines over different sites, the total saving amount is huge for that company alone. So this is just one use case. But by using Vanti's platform, manufacturers achieve excellence across the entire life cycle of products, from NPI speedup through optimized real-time testing time, all the way to early false predictions that minimize reliability-induced cost. Our unique solution is comprised of 3 parts. Real-time deployed model that optimizes decision per each unit being produced. The second is a self-service analytics platform designed for non-data scientists for insights, full explainability, and building new models. And the third is the very critical part, that is the continuous monitoring and improvement of models, so they can be leveraged into new operations, whether these are changes in existing lines or other sites and new products. This is done by transfer learning, which is possible thanks to Vanti's proprietary IP. Our IP is different and outperforms anything that's available today, as it relies on new techniques that allowed us to pour domain expertise into the building of models for each use case and client but it's done completely automatically. We're now launching and going to our seed round to expand the R&D team, going into 2021 with the enterprise-ready first product, and then scaling the sales and marketing team, which then would enable upselling within the first enterprises. So thank you, and for any additional questions, please feel free to contact at info@vantianalytics.com. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Vanti Analytics. Up next, we have our final startup. They're helping you build your own digital transformation without bugging IT. Please give a warm welcome to GoEpic.
Hello, my name is Wellington and I'm a GoEpic CEO. Our mission is to make digital transformation easy. You are probably getting a lot of pressure to move towards digital transformation, but you still have to deal with many challenges daily. Like you're still using spreadsheets, using tons of paper, dozens of different softwares for each one for one different department. If you are a big company, you already hired a huge ERP and you have to deal with the inflexibility when you need to change or customize your processes. If you want to try different technologies, top-edge technologies, you need to hire and invest in different platforms and in different startups. You have low integration between your departments, and you have a hard time to visualize and have access to data. I know it's painful, right? Isn't it? We understand that digital transformation is a marathon, and we had the opportunity to work with companies from different sizes, in different challenges, and in different levels of digital transformation maturity. So we developed a journey through our platform where you can move according to your digital maturity level. First wave is all about going digital, so you can have data segmentation. You can build your own epics. Epic is a way to build and segment your departments. You can have a quick start through our templates. You can filter by technology like IoT, augmented reality, image recognition, through departments like quality maintenance, safety, and operations, for example. So you have this quick start. You can plan and follow through calendar or Kanban visualizations. And this first wave is all about eliminating paper, having a massive scale, increasing the execution speed of your processes, gaining visibility all over it, and executing it online and offline through smartphones, tablets, and through the web. Second wave is all about orchestrating your processes. You can integrate with other softwares. You can integrate between your departments. You can notify and scale your processes. Identify operational gaps, transcend boundaries of departments, production sites, and companies. And most of all, you can enable the information flow all over your value chain, even outside your company with your partners, for example, and clients. Third wave is all about using the right technology for your processes. So here is where GoEpic differs from any kind of company or startup. Instead of hiring lots of startups or a lot of solutions, you can hire just us, because we are an end-to-end platform and we are hardware agnostic. So you have a way to execute your processes through smartphones, tablets, smart glasses, or even smart band. You can use augmented reality to guide workers, image recognition, QR code, voice recognition, IoT. So you can have your team all digital, all time, anywhere. Right now, we have more than 80 factories or 80 clients from very different sizes and very different sectors. Our platform is worldwide knowledge. And we are starting to look for a Series E because most of our clients that did a POC last year are becoming a SaaS clients, and we think this is the right time to scale and go global. Go Epic or go home. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for that, Go Epic. And with that, we're actually finished with startup pitches for this session. I want to remind everyone that we still have networking going on Umbrella, so you can use this QR code to jump on and connect with other people. Up next, we're going to have an exciting fireside chat between our partner Daikin and the startup eLikens. I'll pass things back to my colleague Jennifer to take things from here.
Well, hey there. I hope you very much enjoyed the startup pitches. Well, I did for sure. Next up is, as Edison just said, the pilot project presentation and the fireside chat with our corporate partner Daikin and our startup eLikens. We have just written up their success story about co-developing a new product, and we thought it would be amazing for the IoT audience to learn some insights and best practices from them today. Let me introduce the participants real quick. With us today is Tetsuko Nango. He started a career in Daikin as a system test engineer with more than 10 years of experience in the IoT field, such as HVAC remote monitoring, energy management, and demand response. Since he moved to Silicon Valley in 2015, he's been facilitating the collaboration projects with startups. With him is his colleague, Kevin Ninomiya, who's an engineer turned business development corporate strategy professional who attends law school at night. He manages the overall innovation pipeline activities at Daikin Open Innovation Lab in Silicon Valley, acting as the point of contact and striving to turn technology collaborations into new business values. Kevin specializes in predictive maintenance technologies at Daikin, but he's always interested to learn about creative and/or cool technologies. From eLikens, we have their CMO, Mark Adia, with us. Mark has over 25 years of experience in the commercialization and business development of high-tech technologies. He has successfully launched several innovative products in the field of consumer electronics using technologies from research laboratories. Mark was the founder of Movea, where he held the position of VP Sales until the acquisition of Movea by InventSense. Mark founded eLikens with Wahid Issa in 2014. So let's hear it from Kevin, Tetsuko, and Mark about their companies and the project. Handing over to you guys.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. Should I turn
you guys
my video
want to start
on?
Yeah, that would be so cool to see you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Kevin.
And hi. Thank you for inviting me to this, and thank you for inviting Daikin for this event, Plug and Play. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for listening in to us. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I guess I'll just get going on the quick introduction of Daikin. So Daikin, some of you may have heard of us. We are actually a HVAC, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning company. We also manufacture refrigerants as well via our chemical division. But essentially, we are a global #1 air conditioning company. As a company, we have nearly 100 years of expertise, meaning we were established essentially roughly 100 years ago. Our 100th anniversary is coming up pretty soon. Collectively, we have many employees around the globe. We operate in more than 150 plus countries. And so what that means is we have quite a wide range of experts in-house. And hopefully that means that we could try to partner with various different kinds of startups as well and make something good out of it. But at the same time, especially we specialize in air conditioning in 3 main markets. Those are being residential, the other one being industrial, and another one being commercial. And we actually have these types of units, of course, as residential homes installed, as well as many big buildings all over the world, like the one you see in the picture here. As you can probably notice, it's a World Trade Center. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Now, with that said, it almost sounds like we manufacture a lot of equipment, but we're starting to see that the market is moving away from just simply manufacturing equipment and selling it to providing more solutions, more customer-focused products and services. And so that's where Daikin is also heading. And therefore, we are especially at least interested initially in these 4 technology areas: air tech, that basically concerns air quality and air comfort around the individuals, as well as health tech, property tech, as well as cold chain tech. While we also have interest in other technologies, these are the first 4 areas that we are interested in at the same time. And to facilitate this, we've created what we call Daikin Innovation Pipeline at the Daikin Open Innovation Lab, Silicon Valley. Our Silicon Valley office, we like to call ourselves the gateway for open innovation for Daikin. It's a very simplified diagram of this process. We have established it, but we are also continuously improving it. But nonetheless, it essentially starts off with creating a project together, creating a hypothesis together, and with our sister entities and Daikin, as well as maybe with startups that we already have a relationship with. And if it's a new project, then we would also go through finding new partners. So through experimentation, hopefully we can try to scale up together and commercialize in the particular sector. And part of the collaboration that we did in the past was our collaboration between eLikens and Daikin, and so here we are. So I think I should probably pass it on to Mark for a quick introduction of your company, eLikens, right? Daikin very much enjoyed working with eLikens, and it's a great opportunity for us to explore the air quality side, since eLikens has much expertise in the space. So I'll just pass it on to Mark from here.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, do you listen to me? Do you hear me?
We hear you very well, Mark. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So my camera, I'm on?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Mark. I am the CMO of the company. What we do at eLikens, we provide gas sensing technology for the IoT markets. At the beginning, at the kernel, we have sensors. We build sensor, and on top of sensor, we built additional technology, software, platform to enable our customer to provide the entire solution for the air quality / gas sensing monitoring. We are about more than 30 people spread all over the world, in France, California, but also in Asia. Today, we have a family of patents of more than, we can say 49 patents covering the entire scope of the technology that we are developing. And we work closely with partners for the manufacturing, but partners also for the development of technology. We have partnership with MIT here in Boston, with Berkeley also here in Berkeley, in California for the application, but also we work with European labs for the development of the sensing that we are providing to the market. Next slide. What we at the beginning is really sensors, small sensor like this one. I don't know if you see in my screen, my video. This sensor has the capability to be very, very small, ultra low power, and the longest lifetime in the market. We have different form factor. And what we do with this sensor, we built a reference design. And we have 3 kind of solution. One for the outdoor air quality station. The second one is the indoor air quality monitoring. And the last one is ELIC for the gas leak detection. As an example, what we did with ELOS for Daikin, we deployed the entire solution to cover San Francisco and to have the map of the city in real time for having, the air quality at a very citizen level. We know exactly where the pollution is in San Francisco, how it's improving, how we can make it better, how is the, for example, traffic congestion linked to the pollution. We have also businesses in smart home with Daikin ventilation, and we have some deployment ongoing on the gas leak detection for gas utilities. We have been part of the IoT batch of Plug and Play 2 years ago, and with the help of Plug and Play, we have many contacts. And one of the very, I would say, advanced company that we have today is Daikin. We started a project 2 years ago, and I leave Tatsuko to explain what we did with them.
Thank you, Mark. Next slide, please. Thank you, Kevin and Mark, for introducing each company. So my name is Tatsuko, and I'm in charge of startup engagement in Daikin Open Innovation Lab Silicon Valley. So let me introduce the collaboration history between Ilaikens and Daikin. So actually, we met with Ilaikens in 2015 at Plug and Play event. And actually, Daikin joined Plug and Play in the same year, I believe. And at that time, Daikin was just 2 members, and our focus was just technology research and scouting. And we met with Ilaikens, and we saw Ilaikens CO2 sensor is great for our kind of zero energy building solutions use case. And we started from CO2 sensor evaluation with R&D team in Japan at that time. But on the other hand, our goal is to leverage the data to create new business or solutions. And as we learned about IoT and AI at the Silicon Valley, we thought that we should have an IoT platform for proof of concept in order to try new ideas quickly and cost effectively to leverage the data. And so actually Daikin Silicon Valley office hired a software engineer at Silicon Valley in 2017. And by the way, we have now nine software engineers in our team as our collaboration with Ilaikens and others are increasing. So since we think air quality is very important data for Daikin to leverage for our solutions ideas, we wanted to have an air quality sensing platform there. Just not only focusing CO2 sensor, but also more data relating to air quality and environment to understand occupant or building. So we decided to collaborate with Ilaikens because they also have a kind of same vision. They start from CO2 sensor, CH4 sensor, but they also have a vision to expand their business domain or solution domain more widely. So we started from defining what is our goal, milestone, what kind of data we need, and we repeated improvement of hardware and software side as well. And as a result, Mark explained, Ilaikens developed indoor air quality station named LC now, and Daikin also developed an IoT platform which connects to Ilaikens station. And the combination with this means we have now an air quality sensing platform to try out new ideas quickly. And actually, multiple Daikin teams globally are now using Ilaikens air quality station, LC, and Daikin Silicon Valley teams platform for their pilot project. And as Mark mentioned, we are also now working on smart city side as well, in addition to air quality monitoring. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Hey, Kevin, Mark, and Tatsuko, thank you so much for the introduction. I think you guys represent a great example of how a startup and a corporate can meet on our platform and how you can actually build something great together. And that would also be my first question. I think what started as Daikin's interest in a good product of Ilaikens transformed into a collaborative effort to build an entirely new product. And as a basis for Daikin's new business model. So can you tell us a little bit about the transformation of this?
Sure. Yeah, actually, Daikin was a very small team when we met with Ilaikens at that time, and we just focusing on CO2 sensor evaluation at that time. But as I explained and Kevin explained, Daikin's vision is more kind of to leverage data. And so we were wanting to understand the comfort, energy, and what kind of ventilation or HVAC is optimal for each building. In order to analyze such kind of behavior or characteristics, we thought we need to have much more data, not only focusing on CO2, but also temperature, humidity, could be a sound or lighting, etc. So more kind of anti-solution we can develop. So we decide to develop more kind of platform side, not just a sensor. But in order to develop the platform, we need a good air quality station and cloud side as well. So we partnered with Iraken.
That's a great story, and we all love the success story here at Plug and Play for sure. I have a question for Mark and in Delichens. I feel like for you as a startup, creating an entirely new product specifically for Daikin, how did that impact your company vision and maybe even your product roadmap?
Good question. Thank you. In fact, the strategy that we have started at the beginning from at Delichens, we started to select few verticals. In each verticals, we select the leader, the best one. For example, for safety, we select the edge company. You know, it is the leader in the world in safety. For the ventilation, on our side, it was Daikin. You know, because of Daikin for us is the leader. They are really leading the new innovation, and especially here in the Silicon Valley with Tatsuku team, they are really, I would say, looking for new technology, new innovation, new way to improve, and especially the air quality, and especially the power consumption. And for us, it was really the best partner because of we are looking for use case. And with Tatsuku team, we have more than one use case. We have many use cases. And on our side, we were able to really focus on several business use case. We start with the Silicon Valley, and we move to the HQ in Japan. We have some discussion for businesses, new businesses, even in Europe, in the US with Daikin. For us, it's really strategic, the partnership that we have today. It's really Tatsuku team is really pushing us, to be more and more, innovative, and being with Daikin for us, it's unique. And thank you again for Plug and Play to be able to give us the opportunity to work with Daikin.
Well, sure. You just mentioned it, Mark, and it might be a question for Kevin as well. You had to navigate with a lot of different teams and legal entities, even within Daikin, to convince the teams and move things forward. I think you have involved more than 3 locations. And so, Kevin, navigating the different teams and maybe using this success story as an example of how you work with startups. So anything that you learned from this specific project or this story that you'd like to share with our other corporate partners?
Sure, Jennifer. Excellent question. And I'll also open it up to Tatsuku in case he wants to jump in the middle. But essentially, what we learned out of this activity is that working with startups requires a lot of flexibility from a corporate partner perspective. Not to say that, Iraken was excellent to work with, but I think it's just startups are very quick cycles of trying new things. And what we needed to do at Daikin Silicon Valley is to ensure that our sister entities, our various Daikin legal entities, to understand that that is the case, that is the ecosystem that we live in. And especially what helped, at least with our collaboration with Iraken, was that we tried to bring senior decision makers in the picture as soon as possible. However, even with that, we did have a little bit of struggle in between because our pipeline and our process wasn't quite there yet. And what came out of this collaboration, and it became a very good learning experience for us, was that we came up with a more modified and more clearly defined pipeline. So what, we would, for future project, we might start maybe simple, not small, but simple, But and then what we would, the pipeline is now set up so that we can try to expand as quickly as possible, or try to convince the other entities as soon as possible as well. So hopefully that gives a little bit more encouragement for the rest of the community to reach out to us, which by the way, just a little bit of PR, please, visit us at dsv.daikin.com, where we have a new website. You can see our collaboration on there as well, and a way to contact us as well. So.
And we're happy to connect everyone to you, Kevin, as well, and to the Daikin team who's interested to learn from you. Now that we know a bit from your side or your perspective on working with startups, maybe a quick question to Mark again. So what is your best advice to the startups listening now to us in working with large corporates? And everything here sounds so smooth, but I'm sure you have worked with corporations that maybe hasn't been so smooth. So especially when co-developing a product, what would you say is your top advice?
I will say be patient. Be patient, provide the best that you are, don't deliver anything which is not proof 100% before. Be very professional. We are all professional, but we are to be more professional because of this company like Daikin. We don't have a second chance to be, to be good. They offer us to work with us. It's an opportunity that we have to take and to be really focusing on delivering good product, reliable product, and keeping the relationship with Daikin. For us, being also in the Silicon Valley, having people here, like I'm based in Silicon Valley, being able to visit Tatuku every week, every 2 weeks, I think this relationship is really unique. I will say also being able to reach out a lot of people with the help of Plug and Play, participating to the summit, participating to all the networking session. It's really important for startup like us. And thank you again for Plug and Play. And we have been participating in the US, but also in Europe, in Asia with Plug and Play. We have to be, present in all the networking session, which is really, really key.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you guys are working on a long-term project and long-term relationship, but I mean, this year has been quite a change for all of us, and COVID has hit. And I was just wondering, has the current situation changed your plan to work together at all, or especially addressing air quality together and talking about viruses in the air? Is there anything going on in that direction?
Yeah, in fact, for us, we before COVID-19, we started to deploy solution in the city. During COVID-19, we did some reports, especially showing San Francisco, but also Paris, Milano, and other cities, how is the impact of the confinement to the air quality. And now we have a lot of demand, especially schools, offices. They want to provide to their to their people, to the student, or to the best well-being environment for the people to be, indoor. And we are working on how to optimize, how to secure, how to give the best well-being environment to the people to work. And we see a lot of demand on that. We see also demand on people who, how they can contribute also, for example, in the city, taking not the car, but the bicycle. What is the impact, especially on the ozone, on the PM? We have some demand on how can I contribute to make the world better. And we see a lot of demand, which, yeah, it's really unique.
Well, thanks. I have a last question, maybe for Tasuku or Mark, or all of you. You mentioned that you're continuing your relationship into smart cities area, my favorite topic. And so what do you think, what does the future hold for Daikin and Daikin together?
Yeah, from Daikin's perspective, air quality is, how to say, evolving or never-ending story, or area we explore to leverage the data. So as a Silicon Valley office, we would like to keep working with e-license, of course, but also we would like to more kind of develop application side as well, because as a Silicon Valley team, we have a IoT platform now. And of course, the value should translate it into the more kind of user experience or user interface side. So in such point, we need to more explore maybe working with e-license or yeah.
For me, Jennifer, I can add
please.
something. In fact, what we see today, we start with indoor application and we have the outdoor with smart city. Today, we see the link, the link, because knowing what's happening indoor is also because of the outdoor, and we are working closely on scenery, how to improve the indoor, knowing the outdoor. And at Hitachi, we have the capability to provide the entire solution, indoor, outdoor, sensor, platform, and this is what we provide to Daikin today.
I love this. I'm looking forward to these solutions, being indoor working all the time and being an outdoor lover, combining the two. Yeah. No, perfect. Looking forward to this. Well, guys, thank you so much for the presentation of this project. I'm sure our partners and startups and everybody dialing in today has learned a lot from this and from learning from other successful projects. This is always our goal. So thank you for joining. And we're now bringing back up the slides so that I can wrap up the morning session. This concludes actually the first part of day one, our Internet of Things session. And we will have, it was planned to have a 15 minutes break, but maybe you have to make your bio breaks a bit shorter. So in 5 to 10 minutes, I think we are restarting. So grab coffees or wine and a snack and be prepared for the next great session. We will reconvene soon. And with the great keynotes, panels, and startup pitches from our real estate and construction team. But before you leave, don't forget to network, which is especially important during our virtual event. I've seen a lot of questions for some of the startups in the chat box and in the Q&A box. All of our startups and partners are in the Brella app available today and the entire week, so you can raise all your questions there. Thank you very, very much for participating in the IoT session, and see you soon. Bye.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with the second portion of today, which is going to be the real estate and construction portion. It's crazy because we're already in the 6th month of the year, and man, what a year it's been. Honestly, at this rate, wouldn't be surprised if we have aliens visiting us in July. My name is Miles. I'm an investor on the real estate and construction team here at Plug and Play. And my focus is exactly that, real estate and construction. Our focus is going to be looking at innovations in the built environment. Before we jump into things, though, I want to allow our founder and CEO to say a few words. So with that, let's hand it off to our CEO.
It is a great pleasure to welcome you to our real estate vertical. As I always say, real estate is almost the mother of all businesses because it doesn't matter if you're Google or Mercedes or Exxon, you always require real estate for your people and for your operation. It is great honor to work with great company like Takinaka, Prologis, Grosvenor in UK, and Cushman. But it is realistic to say real estate going to go through big changes, especially the office section of the real estate and the retail shopping centers. This COVID-19 has created a challenge and a new world. And even though from the information I have from China, life is almost back to 80% of what it has been in the past, or in Korea, everyone is going back to the office. But in the US, this may take longer. And when we do go back, it could be a different setup. So I feel like any challenge in the business, it creates opportunity. I feel working through this digital mean, it is going to change how we work and where we work from. You know, I remember about 8 years ago, I was visiting Beijing through Young Presidents Organization. And Mr. Hines was together with me in a small van. We went to visit some real estate sites in Beijing. It is incredible the growth and the infrastructure that China has been able to build in the last 10 years. And myself and Mr. Hines, who we will have a speaker from his organization today, saw and felt the speed of the growth in development in China. We have Wanda Group as one of our partners in China. And even though the real estate may go through some challenges and changes, I feel it is one of the best businesses in the world to use innovation and technology to manage real estate, build real estate with more sustainable product. And I welcome all of our real estate partners, all of our corporate partners to join us in this journey together to figure out best practices from our entrepreneurs and from our innovation technology providers and implement their technology for a safer environment and a better environment, smart building and smart life. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Saeed. And we have to say here at Plug and Play, we're super excited about what the future of the built environment looks like. I was on a call this morning with one of our partners in the UK, reimagining the customer journey in the retail as far as the office space. And I'm pretty excited to see what companies start thinking about next. So let's get started into today's agenda. As I mentioned earlier, today we've broken down into two sections. So the first hour, we're going to be looking at innovations within the real estate space. Well, after I'm done with these opening remarks, we have an amazing keynote speaker, as Saeed mentioned. We're lucky enough to have someone here from Hines, which I'll talk about shortly. Then we'll move on to our startups. After that, we're going to go directly into the construction portion of our event. We'll have some general contractors there from 3 great North American companies, followed by some startup pitches, and lastly, a roundtable from some of our partners here as well. So with that, let's go ahead and move forward. Just a few things to note. Number one, at the bottom, you'll notice that we had a question earlier about Brilla, and all the startups that you're going to be seeing today, they'll be available after the event. We have a digital app called Brilla. So if you get your phones out now and scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen, that will bring you to the link to download Brilla. And that's where you can meet with and connect with all of the startups that you've seen earlier today, as well as during today's session. Beyond that, we're going to keep all the attendees on mute for the remainder of the event, but we encourage you to ask questions and chat with us at the bottom of your screen. And lastly, during the first section, you'll have a couple startups pitch in the real estate. And at the end, we're going to put a poll up through Zoom. And we ask that you kindly vote for the startup that you found most interesting or you think you may work with. It's really important for the startups to get feedback from the market. So we highly encourage you to answer that poll if you can. Okay, perfect. So with that, we can go ahead and move forward onto our real estate portion. So as I alluded to earlier, it is with great honor that I am able to present, I would say now a good friend of mine, Paige, and although I can't say a fellow Houstonian, she does live in Houston now, so almost there. If you're not familiar, Paige Pitcher is currently the director at the Heinz Office of Innovation, where she vets and launches new products, processes, and technologies. She also holds a Master of Real Estate Development from MIT. And if you haven't seen her TEDx, I highly recommend you do that, not now, but after this event, where she talks about the social impact of autonomous vehicles on commercial real estate. So with that, Paige, I want to see, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. Thanks, Mo.
Awesome. And how's the weather in Houston? It's all good?
It's pretty good. It's a little toasty. So I hope it's going okay down on the West Coast as well.
Perfect. Okay, Paige, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Excellent. Okay, there's just a couple slides that'll be shown up here shortly, but I am terribly excited, and I can't say thank you enough to the Plug and Play team, and also Saeed for that very kind introduction. This is a weird time for all of us, and I guess it's a good time to start doing new things. So this is my first real, I guess, formal engagement in one of these demo days and presenting to the Plug and Play team here. So I thank you guys for including me. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm actually, confession, not in Houston at the moment. I'm actually with my family and my dad, who is recently recovering from open heart surgery. He's actually recovering very well. And in preparing for this talk, I was chatting with him. We have a pretty close relationship, and it's been an interesting year to navigate some of these health challenges as the rest of us also are navigating those business challenges that are coming up every day. And chatting with him, I realized that I've actually broken 2 or 3, depending on how you count it, major promises to my father in my lifetime. And the first one was 10 years ago. And I was just graduating, and I said, I will never start a business. I don't want to be the person in charge for succeeding or failing. I don't want to be the president. I want to be the VP. You know, I basically said, I want to take someone else's idea to the next level. I don't really have a need to do that for myself. And I broke that promise when I was 23, and I started a company. So apart from maybe today's and this year's challenges, that was probably the hardest phase of my life, and maybe the hardest thing I've ever done. So although I can't imagine what everybody else is going through and the struggles that each of our individual businesses are working through at this time, I just want to honor the work that you're doing and say, gosh, I'm so glad you guys are here, and hopefully we can get through our content today and potentially generate some brand new ideas and a little bit of collaboration, albeit virtually. So I'm really glad to be here. Okay, I'll get started with the here and now. And it seems like leading through this time is just a series of paradoxes. And as we are a global company, we're in 26 countries or so, we have a spectrum of responses and responsibilities at this time that we're constantly juggling. We have people who've returned back to almost full occupancy in our Shanghai and China properties.
And we have people, in the EU who are just starting to think about what our student housing profile and portfolio might look like come fall. So some of the things that I've heard lately are about focusing on your core business, but remaining relevant requires new ways of doing business. We're supposed to over-communicate in this time of crisis, but we're supposed to respect other people's time. We're supposed to redirect resources to meet the needs of today, but don't redirect any resources that you're going to need later. Innovate and find new solutions to a truly challenging time, but don't profit off of tragedy. And so it's this time when we're really all struggling to find balance, I think. The Earth is just kind of spinning off center. And one response can be just to batten the hatches, freeze all new activity, lean out and wait. And just know that it's going to be okay, which I truly believe it is. But this lack of or limited action in a troubling time is, albeit a perfectly reasonable response, I think there's another response. And when I was thinking about a phrase that's come to mind many times over the last few months, it was this one on the screen here. And it says, take the risks that you believe in. And there is a call to action here, and it's one that's really hard to navigate, I have to say. But Heinz rolled out some leadership principles last year. This was one of them, and I can't say it was such great timing, because I have gone back to those again and again, just 5 simple principles. And this is the one I wanted to touch on today at this time. And it's just a principle with maybe 3 lessons inside of it. And so I wanted to pull out these key themes here today and save a ton of time for questions and dialogue, because that's more fun. But the 3 key themes are discernment and judgment, conviction, and then action. And this is kind of how I'm going to frame, at least from Heinz's perspective, from my perspective, what innovation looks like today and how it fits within our purpose, the company, and how we're continuing to move that forward. And on the next slide, I'll just talk through one of my favorite quotes, actually, from Jerry, from Mr. Heinz. I have the good fortune of being part of a company that was founded by Jerry, and I'm a mechanical engineer who is obsessed with efficiency. And he's just willing to fight for incremental improvement. He's obsessed with design, and he led a really, I think, pioneering company structure that not only enabled, but empowered really an infectious entrepreneurial spirit, a very employee-focused and employee-powered company. And since then, has planted flags in 26 countries. So I think I can say this for Mr. Heinz, that innovation is synonymous with just improvement. And that can be incremental, and it can be tectonic. And I think that some of the designs that he's led over the years about underfloor air systems, or being one of the early adopters of the US GBC and LEED, to our partnership with the Well Living Lab, or a new cross-laminated timber product, a heavy timber product. These are innovations and early adopters that were just a result of looking to the future so that you're prepared for it. But it became clear probably over the last 20 years, we're about a 60-year-old company, which probably seems like a dinosaur to some of you. But over the last 20 years, it was very clear that things are accelerated, and the rate of change is only speeding up. And technology, having eaten every other business vertical in the world, was set its sights on real estate and was going to have that one for dinner. So we saw new product niches being created. We saw new real estate entrants and players who looked a lot like tech companies, but were getting into the physical space realm. And that's when in 2017, the Office of Innovation was formed to Heinz. And so I'm lucky enough to be part of a company that looks to get ahead of things. And I think we all strive to do that. But the funny thing about how we were structured is that innovation reports up to risk management, which is ironic because it's kind of a risk dedicating resources to risk management in the first place. People spending time on ideas that may or may not pan out. So other companies have chosen other structures, and many have chosen to actually formalize an innovation departments. And I've seen them, appear in IT. I've seen them appear in investment or R&D. And initially, I was kind of surprised that this was our home. And I was worried about new ideas being squashed and how we would navigate this throughout the company. And what I actually found is that actively engaging as a defensive move, let's say, right now allows you to not be surprised later. And I actually think that being housed under risk management was an incredible, was a great choice. And it's not because we're going to come up with the best ideas immediately. It's preparing for the future and knowing that preparation is really what innovation is. If you can kind of redo the quote that everyone knows, it's innovation is where preparation meets opportunity. And by getting out in front of the change that we were seeing in our industry, that means that we can greet our clients when they arrive, when they finally come to the point where they're like, wow, we really would like to take a look at mobile phone technology in our buildings and access control. Fantastic. Let's dig in. So for us, innovation is a lot of research and collaboration. It's just being intellectually curious and really humble, because some of these ideas just don't work out either in-house or out-of-house. So for us, it's about finding the dig sites for us to go a little bit deeper and find topics that can really underscore our core business as a developer, property manager, and investor. And those finding and funneling of ideas is kind of what helps us have a pretty wide net and bring back the ideas that are the important priorities. Because in an innovation standpoint, I think it's all about filtering priorities and less so about deadlines. There is not necessarily a cliff that you're working towards and you have to get there quickly and by this date. It's just about putting things first that matter. And so we've had to really prioritize these past few months and make sure that we've got the right agenda. But I think that the groundwork we laid has allowed us to act really quickly and decisively. One quick example of that, and part of the preparation part of it, is Heinz had a pandemic plan in place for about 2 decades. And we updated it last year in about fall 2019. We didn't really hope to need it, and we didn't know that we would need it in this way. So it really allowed us to respond early and help our properties across the world that we've mentioned that are all at different stages of the spectrum of a pandemic. And that was a piece of preparation that I think you could call innovation. Another one that's also has been really helpful and insightful, and we're really hopeful for some actionable responses at the end of this year or next, is we became a Well Living Lab founding member in 2017. Although the Well building standard predates that, we sort of met up with them and believed that if we're going to spend 90% of our time indoors, that we had better figure out what that's doing. And now with the current focus on well-being and health and wellness inside buildings, to study viruses in their natural habitat, as well as humans in their natural habitat, as well as the actual medical science. We're partnered with the Well Living Lab to do that and take a look at some really cutting edge research for how we can better manage this crisis in the months thereafter. So that's just a little bit about, I think, the preparation and how innovation has evolved is just about having the foresight to manage the risk a little bit, or at least be familiar with what you don't know. And so I want to go to the next slide as well, which comes down to, oh, perfect, thank you. Sorry, one prior, thank you. That what guides our exploration. You can go out there and you can spend a lot of time taking a look at the broad spectrum. I think by the time, when I was tracking, startup companies in real estate space at MIT several years ago, we had maybe, I want to say like 1,200, and then maybe 1,800. And I can't actually put a finer point number on it, but maybe our plug and play folks here could, but it has just boomed. And I think that's just a testament to the entrepreneurial culture. Inside Heinz, I would say that we also are born with that a little bit because we have boots on the ground in many countries and they know their backyards better than anyone else. And I think that entrepreneurs and developers alike have to have that same belief system of, you think you can do it better. You know you can do it better. And that obsession over incremental improvement is part of never being satisfied and part of what drives us. So it's the conviction piece of this quote that really speaks to me, and especially during this time where it's about your purpose. It's not necessarily about your profit. It's about your reason for existing. It's not about the product. And so it's this conviction piece that I think is what gives me hope. I think that all of us have to be a little bit hopeful to be in this game and believe in the change that we can affect. And so the purpose of my team and my group is eventually what led us to the quote there on the right, I believe, about putting our customer first. There are many aspects of a large firm like Heinz. And for us, we found that other people were tracking investors, and certain people were tracking our vendors, and certain people were tracking and prioritizing other user groups. But for us, we wanted to become obsessed with the customer, which is probably, some commonalities with everyone on the phone here today. And so we took a look at what that would mean to ignite innovation across the firm and really put this product customer front and center. And so our purpose then was just making their lives better. And what we found is that by putting service first in these 5 categories, we actually found that those same categories and those same interventions that we had studied are actually what we need today in this COVID environment. That by looking for better ways of service and ways to the entry and exit sequence of a building, if you can make that more beautiful and seamless, you actually have made it more touchless. And so it's one of those, I think by doing the deep work to say, here's what we believe in, here's why we exist, you'll be better prepared for that risk that might be coming down in the future. But that doesn't get you off the hook. You still have to take some action. And so on the next slide, I just pulled out some ideas that came to my mind about when we're able to take action, me and my team, what are some of the recipes for success? And how do we take these ideas and really deliver them to the broader firm? And so one of my favorite quotes from our global CIO, David Steinbach, was, "It's not a risk if you don't take it." And you can manage it down, you can plan for it or around it, but it's just a lost opportunity unless you take it. It's not actually a risk. And so there's often a first step here for us after we've gone through the risk identification and the opportunity identification to make sure that it fits within our belief system and our purpose. And the first step is often a pilot, as you guys are probably familiar with, about how do you just get your foot in the door and find the right property product match. And that can be really difficult in a really distributed model where we wear a lot of hats. And what we found is some of those pilots come from unimagined places. We have, an integrated facilities management business, and some pilot opportunities come from actually other corporates where we're helping them run the back half of their business. Some of them come from our property management or development management developments. So the most important parts, I think, for us was to find the right owner, to find the home for the technology or product. We run a distributed model, and we can't do it all. There's a reason why my team's small, is so that we can pass it off to the right owner. And that was the first step for us. And honestly, if that allows you to engage with the business unit that really needs this stuff early, and that you can identify really big holes or gaps in what you're thinking, and that's the go ugly early. It builds trust if you shoot people straight initially. It might be vapor or it might be rock solid, but I need you to tell me up front. If you see some big issues here, we should talk about them. And I think that builds trust, especially when we're in a difficult time, is that if you can share the concerns and share the hardship, it actually connects you even deeper. And the third one on the screen there, I actually borrowed from Amazon, where once a project is fully vetted, you're ready to launch it, and there's still some unresolved conflicts and some unresolved issues. That's okay. It's never going to be perfect. Disagree and commit. And if you move forward knowing that you've been heard and that you've gone through this process to find the owner, to vet out the product, and you've got all your stuff on the table early because you went ugly early, this is one of the most powerful ways in which I think you can move forward. And it may not always work, and that's okay. And there are times where you do need to pull back. And when the project sponsor or the pilot sponsor is kind of the last person to walk away, you really need to know when to call it and when to hand over, either in one way or the other, whether you hand over the implementation to somebody who can really own it and take it forward and make it something that you can't, or whether it's time to call it and just throw in the towel there and maybe start it in a different way or a new project. And then finally, I don't think that innovation is possible without failure. And many of you probably live this on the daily, that if you're only talking about your successes, it's really hard to get any better. And so for us, I think when you are at the end of a project and you're doing a project summary or an all hands on deck team meeting, be honest about your failures and be honest about what could have gone better so that you can be better in the future. Looking forward for us about what innovation looks like, having done this for a number of years, about 3 years now, and launched a successful new business inside the company, launched several successful new pilots, doubled down on previous commitments we've made with companies over time. What helps us explore new ideas and where we're hoping to take this forward is continue to ride this sort of second wave of digitization that by shutting down many of our buildings in a way, it forced us as an old, stodgy, slow to change industry where everything's on paper and Excel sheets to change quickly. And we're really, in a way, grateful, I think, for that shot in the arm to get with the program and get online. And the second wave of digitization is hitting us, I think, in a really big way. And we're really excited to make sure that we can plug new systems into our core platform. And there's maybe 8 of them. And you can make sure that the integration process is a key one and that coupling and decoupling of systems goes smoothly. And that's kind of what we're going to be keeping our eye on for the future. I caught the tail end of a presentation earlier talking about indoor air quality sensors. We're really excited about that and want to remain as hardware agnostic as possible so that the coupling and decoupling of these systems makes a more dynamic and flexible version of real estate than we have experienced ever. Other areas of opportunity and other struggles for a pretty lean but global company like Heinz is that it's hard to cross borders. It's really hard to take solutions and cross borders. And looking at unicorn development over time, you'll see that there's very few who can find a way to take their product into a new global market. And I would say the same is true for real estate operators and owners as well, that the same solutions don't always fit everywhere. And the same business models don't always, or staffing models even don't always fit everywhere. So startups and mega firms alike, I think, will do good to try and standardize their approach. And those with better communication are uniquely poised to help these solutions and best practices cross borders. That's what I'm really excited about. And finally, I'll just kind of end on one last thought is we and my team are small and we prioritize partnership over almost all else. So partnership over an internal incubation program or acceleration program is that we know the best solutions are kind of already out there. And so we want to reinvest in those partnerships. And our strategy is mostly to maintain the seat at the table, be a mentor and be an advisor where we can, partner with some of the best sort of networks out there, like Plug and Play here today, and then pilot sparingly and do it where you think you can really breed success off of that initial engagement. So for the last slide, I just want to say I'm grateful to be here and I'm grateful to be speaking with you guys and to work with the talented, one previous, thank you. To be with this talented group here today. And I will give you a heads up on the second, sorry, there we go. The second and perhaps third promise that I broke to my father, I'm really glad that I did and that I took that personal risk. I was living in New York, had sold my car, was just, had sort of a dreamy life. And I told my dad something to the extent of, over my dead body, would I move to Texas and buy a car? And I'm glad to say that I eventually did. And I joined the team at Heinz here to sort of lead the innovation and the change inside the industry. And so I think this is a time where I think the risks are worth it. And it's really scary at this time and a little bit confusing to find that balancing point. But I think with the right belief, risk management, and action, I think we're going to be in a really good spot to make sure that we can take this industry forward and land in a better spot. So with that, I think I'll wrap it up. I think we're running a little bit behind, so hopefully we have a little bit of time for questions, but thank you everybody for having me. Thanks, Miles, for the introduction.
Awesome, Paige. Thank you very much for that talk. Very interesting. One of the questions that I had is, you alluded to starting a business internally, I believe. I don't know if I heard that correctly, but if so, can you expand on that a bit? That's kind of interesting.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I would say a new product line more so. But yeah, so when Heinz first started the Office of Innovation, we started looking at what's out there that might be like a truly systemic risk for us. Is there anything that we're missing? And at that time, we looked at the flexible office industry and thought, holy cow, some of these players here are really big. And is this something that we should engage with or be worried about? And how does that disrupt our landlord to customer relationships? So Heinz framed up a partnership starting with Industrious. It's called The Square. And it's a flexible working platform, much like co-working, but with some wraparound services. Because we are also the landlords of the building, we can do much, much more. So that's one new product line we were able to develop early on. And everything else, I would say, that we've explored since then has kind of hung off of that first foray, that we're looking at, better ways to communicate with customers directly through apps. We're looking at their control of their environment. We're looking at the ways in which they enter and exit the building. So I think everything kind of hangs off of that, that major desire of the fundamental shift in the industry that values flexibility.
Okay, perfect. And we have a question here about reactions to COVID. So I don't know how exactly accurate this is, but it says COVID's reduced occupancy to less than 30%. How does, and I'll kind of adapt this question, but how does Heinz think about this changing when you think about property maintenance? How is Heinz thinking about this actively? And then I think longer term, there's a lot of talk about, are offices even needed anymore? And all this dramatic, but I'm curious around, how is Heinz thinking about this, of what does the office look like in 5-10 years?
I'm so glad you asked this question. We actually have done a lot of, we framed up not one, but I think over 8 task forces inside Heinz to tackle this question. And they're right that occupancy has dipped significantly, kind of down to like holiday levels in most places. The building's never formally closed unless we were forced to, because some businesses do need to operate and we have to be there for them. So I want to commend my people who were there on the front lines every day, everyone from janitorial to security to parking, et cetera. So we had people manning and womanning the buildings in the past 6 months. And we're beginning to go back in certain places, albeit responsibly, with a phased approach like most people are. But does that mean that the office is dead? No. And I think that there are 2 countervailing trends, right? More flexibility in a distributed workforce who may want to continue to work from home. A recent Gensler survey said 12% of people want to work from home forever. That changes. And then the other trend would be the need for a little bit more space, as we're a little bit more sensitive to being packed in places a little more tightly. So I think you'll see a balance between those 2. But I think that the office as a center for innovation, culture, collaboration, bumping into people, growing new leaders, that won't go away. And so the office will look different. And we're exploring those near-term strategies now, everything from touchless access control to what surfaces we should use, all the way to reversing the airflow in an elevator cab to help droplets fall more easily. So there's a ton of tactical, technical work being done. Hopefully we can take that to the next level with some research coming out of the Mayo Clinic and the Living Lab. But I don't think that the 24-month sprint we did said that unless there's significant changes, we think that many of the trends to be urban, amenitized, and part of a fabric and have a corporate headquarters, none of those are going to change in the long run. They may look a little different.
Okay, thanks. And I guess one of the things we're interested here is, at Plug and Play, we're early stage investors. So we're investing when startups are young, pre-seed and seed. We do interact with later stage startups, but I guess I'm curious about, we sense there's this struggle between you know, and I think you and I have talked about this. Heinz, you want to work with companies that have an ability to scale. But a lot of the startups that we work with, they're smaller and maybe they're not at that point yet, but they could also be on the cutting edge. How do you think about engaging with these types of startups? And then I guess the second point is, what's your recommendation for, we have a lot of startups in our audience. They want to get engaged with Heinz. I mean, any thoughts on how they should approach you? Is there a better way to frame themselves? Because we get a lot of feedback that the real estate industries, you know, they're slow, they don't get back to us. So just any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it is really difficult to be sort of an enormous business that, although you want to lead, you want something that's proven, because we are fiduciaries for other people, other investors. You know, this is not 100% Heinz. And so we balance being wanting the best of the best, but also wanting something that's proven. One of the ways I think in which we're trying to do that a little bit better is there are some ways in which we can just be a better mentor than we could be anything else, even a partner or a vendor or an investor. And so we do that through a variety of different ways with relationships like this one and others. And so there's always a way to reach out. There's even a button on our innovation page if there's something that you think would be interesting. We do go to all of the conferences and walk through all of the expo halls and really try to get to know what's out there, because that's our job. Our job is to figure out who's the next VPS or fill in the blank, you know? And then secondly, I would say that just be patient. And I heard this on an earlier thread earlier, is you kind of have to be okay repeating yourself. There's a relationship that I've been cultivating for 2 years that is just coming to fruition. And we just barely got 2 pilots started this January. And I've been working on it for easily over 2 years. And hopefully this phase that's really challenging will also allow us to speed up some of those implementation processes. So I guess that's a little bit of what I would say. And know that, like I said about finding the right owner for the pilot or the project earlier, it may come to you from someplace completely unexpected. That my decision makers might actually be the parking operator at my building or the property manager, and they're empowered to manage their budget to the best of their ability. So you may not need to go through the mothership. And I think that's a bit of a flipping innovation on its head. You don't need to go to the executive level, especially with a company like ours. We empower our people to make their best decision. And innovation comes to me sideways from other teams who are already doing cool stuff. I love that. And then I can help them cross borders, you know, cross business units, or continue to scale.
So I think we're just about out of time. Maybe the last question is, for startups that are interested in getting engaged with Heinz, you mentioned they don't necessarily need to go to the top. They could just go to, I don't know, a property level. Any recommendations on how to get in touch, if they want to run a pilot, they believe they have something for Heinz? Where would you send them?
You guys know your backyards better than I do. So it depends on, not all of these products will have, you know, maybe your gateway cities only, maybe you're starting in California only. We see a lot of that, where if it comes to us, we often hear about it. And I really do encourage that if my property team has a question about, gosh, have we looked at this company before? I have a database for them and actually have a library so that we can come in and give them context and make them feel good about taking that risk. I have a plan in mind and in place to sort of reward that risk that's taken at a you know, an individual or a property level. But I'm not, sorry, I don't have a phone directory for you.
Okay, no worries. Okay, Paige, I got the signal that we're just about out of time. So want to thank you very much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Awesome.
This is great. Thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. Take care, Paige. All right. So moving things forward, we're now going to be going to our startup presentations. I'm going to hand things over to our MC for today, Mr. Michael Angulo. And for those who don't know him, Michael is the head of strategic partnerships for the real estate and construction program. So with that, Michael, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Miles. And thank you, Paige, for the inspiring words. It's a pleasure to have everybody here that's joining us today. I hope everybody's doing well and your families are keeping safe and healthy. Without further ado, let's introduce this year's real estate startup batch. For this segment, we'll have 5 startups present. A few months ago, we invited about 20 startups to present with the opportunity of being selected into this year's program. The startups you'll see today have been hand-selected by our corporate partners. The focus areas for today will be as follows: analytics, marketing and transactions, and urban data. Let's get to it. I'm excited to present our first batch startup of the day, Urbanico. Urbanico is a smart city data sharing platform providing direct access to standardized municipal data.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yuval, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Urbanico. I want to take the next 4 minutes of our time to talk about the single most important problem of the future of cities, the utilization of data. But before we're diving in, let's take a second to truly understand the meaning of this word, data. Data is the fuel that drives the fourth industrial revolution. And just like water and oil before it, this economic enabler is rapidly becoming the most valuable commodity on the planet. The urban landscape is one of the most data-rich environments ever existed, as data is literally coming from everywhere. From the scooter rides we're taking to our workplaces, through the IoT devices that manage our traffic, all the way to the police patrols that's guarding our neighborhoods. Now, it's not a secret that cities are evolving. In fact, the UN predicts that by 2050, over 70% of the world population will be living in cities. 70%. That puts such an unbearable pressure on urban planners, city managers, mayors. They will be in charge of accommodating additional 2 billion people into an infrastructure that's already overblowing today. Fortunately, cities have all the data to do so, but in order to truly succeed with this mission, they have to cooperate closely with the private sector. And this is where the problem actually begins, because companies from the private sector have whole different work methodologies. While most municipalities are still running on those old legacy systems, the infrastructure that is used by companies from the private sector is based on the newest technologies, and their requirements and usage of data have whole different standards than what's currently available in the public sector. So, to make a long story short, they just do not speak the same language. To bridge this gap, we've built Urbanico, the Google Translate of urban data. Our technology, led by my amazing partner and CTO, is guided by years of experience in 8200, the most recognizable unit in the intelligence forces of the IDF, where actually most of Israeli innovation is coming from. We've crafted this amazing technology that takes unlimited amount of urban data and automatically standardizing it according to the building blocks that are used by the most innovative companies on the planet. So think of us as the bees that takes the data from the municipal honeycomb and bring it to the hands of those developers that takes this data and transform it into meaningful services for us, the residents. Using our technology will allow municipalities to leverage their most valuable asset in order to bring the highest level of technological solutions to the hands of the residents. We're already serving some of the most disruptive companies on the planet and are partnering with the most innovative cities in the US. And for the best part, we're doing it using a disruptive business model that for the first time treats municipalities as partners rather than customers and aligns the interests of all parties involved. In fact, we put our money where our mouth is and sharing the revenues that are generated from the private sector back with the municipalities. We have the best team to do so. Backed by US investors and partners, our team brings complementary skill set both on the business and technological aspects. We're super excited of being here and are looking to partner with local governments, companies from the private sector, and of course, investors. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Urbanico, for kicking us off. Our next startup, who is also part of our IoT batch, is Bead. Bead has developed an IoT system to help commercial building owners optimize their energy usage and operations.
Today's commercial real estate investors want to access the information about the usage trends of their buildings anytime, anywhere, instantly. They want to be connected with their buildings. Hi, I am Soner from Bead Technologies, and we create digital models of usage trends in buildings with real-time data and AI. Today, we spend over 90% of our lives inside buildings, and it was even 100% a couple of weeks ago. That makes it much more important to understand how we use those buildings, how the human behavior changed during the day inside of the building. because we invest every year over $250 billion in commercial buildings. And the reason for that is most of the time we are overcooling, overlighting buildings. We are overheating buildings, and we are using unnecessary big spaces on unnecessary big buildings. In order to overcome that problem, we developed a multiple sensor device, a battery operated device, which we call BEAT. It has 5 different sensors in it. And we install that sensor throughout the building so that we know exactly what's happening in every part of the building. And the information is sent to the cloud-based software. And the software starts analyzing how the usage trends, how the day cycle change during the day, how the occupancy patterns are changing, and what affects those change. Is it the indoor temperature levels? Is it the architectural design? What causes people go from one direction to another? We continuously create data. The system learns the building. And very importantly, it starts the operating building without needing any human intervention. And we also have a new feature which we call occupancy flow analysis. We can show you how the occupancy flow direction is happening during the day inside the building, so that you can use that information in order to optimize space usage, optimize marketing strategies, but also reduce risk in your buildings. And as of today, we installed over 3,800 devices in over 170 buildings. And our system is used in many different verticals, from banking, insurance, into hospitality, office buildings, from retail and industry into municipalities. But very importantly, our customers achieved over 30% savings by reducing their insurance costs, reducing their energy waste, but also optimizing their. And here you can see some of our installations with some of our projects and customers. And we are targeting commercial buildings and industrial facilities, and the market size is estimated to be 80 billion by the end of next year. In order to reach our target, we are looking for strategic partners that we can partner with, and that's also our business model. We would like to have strategic partners from different verticals, from telecom into smart city developers and consulting companies, from BMS vendors into insurance companies. BEAT is one system that gives you 6 solutions that you can achieve over 30% savings. It is one system that you can use in very different departments or verticals. You can use it for space optimization, for optimizing energy efficiency, for reducing the risk in your buildings, but also you can use it for optimizing your whole operations. And we also have a new feature that we call BEAT Temp Eye Sensor. You can install that small, affordable, easy to integrate sensor in the doors, in your facilities, in your offices, or in your shops, so that you can track the body heat temperature of people and reduce risk and prevent risk even before entering your building. Spaces are limited, but the experience you can create from those spaces is unlimited. And BEAT can give you that information and that unlimited information from your buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, BEAT, for your presentation. Next, we have Housed. Housed is an interactive 3D platform changing the way we rent and sell homes and offices.
Hello, my name is Wal, and I'm here to present Housed. Let's shop for new real estate. There will usually be a showroom filled with a lot of paper. There are printed floor plans, some images, a very expensive mock-up, a brochure, price lists. Everything is physical, decentralized, and expensive to produce and keep updated. And let's also remember that the final decision to buy or not to buy will be made at home with family and friends without access to any of this information. Same is true for overseas brokers or sales teams. And of course, it is even more so given the current social distancing constraints. So let's see Housed solution in action. Housed platform completely captures your future real estate project inside interactive 3D cloud-based presentation. You can pinch and zoom, rotate, and look at every corner of your future property. You touch to select what you're interested in, you see the real-time price and availability. And of course you can go inside the floor plans. Everything is very interactive. You can drop the dimensions, you can see the 3D. Every single floor plan of your project is inside the presentation. There are many useful features inside our software. For example, you can filter your entire project by certain criteria, by price range, by number of bedrooms, by area. You can see the location information, image gallery, project specification, price lists, everything that you need to present and close sales is inside the presentation. What you saw works on every platform, every device, and can be shared with one simple link. For real estate developers, we help boost your sales, engage clients, and centralize all your marketing information online. It is important to note that House provides the software platform, which we then license to real estate marketing companies so that they can create these kinds of presentations all by themselves. Our business model is we basically sell currently two ways. We sell directly to real estate companies a turnkey solution, and we license to marketing companies so that they can create these presentations by themselves. Our company has always been bootstrapped, we never raised yet, and with that we were able to achieve $400,000 in revenue last year. We have about 100 projects published in our cloud, coming from 30 different real estate developers from about 15 different countries. The total market size with our current product we estimate it to be about $60 to $100 million in annual revenue. If you do not use House, your current alternative is to use game engines. Game engines, Unity and Unreal being the two main ones, you need programmers to do this kind of product. Your production time is much longer. With House, you can complete a project in just 3 to 4 weeks. This is because our software is developed by us from scratch specifically for architectural visualization, and it is designed to run on every major platform: iOS, Android, web, and Windows. We have a great team that combines top-level engineering coming from game development companies, and my co-founder Dan is a great business development expert. We also have a very strong foundation in real estate marketing. We keep growing organically, but we are raising seed now of $500,000. Most of it will go towards our sales and marketing efforts. We plan to achieve about 800 projects and $2 million in revenue next year. Also, we're always looking for potential client referrals as well. That will be all for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for sharing, House. Our next startup uses IoT to provide insighted intelligence for indoor people movement, all without violating any privacy. Please help me welcome Butler.
Hello everyone, my name is Honghao Den. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Butler. At Butler, we help businesses increase revenue by using body heat to track the movement of customer and employees in physical space. Butler is a spin-off from MIT Media Lab. At Butler, we've developed this tiny sensor, which you can see in my hand, to track individuals' position and behavior while safeguarding privacy. It's wireless and can be used in both indoor and outdoor environments, either in living space, an office, or a supermarket. Currently, we focus on making physical retail space smarter and safer. We've already closed $1 million contract helping brick-and-mortar businesses understand their customer behavior better. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, Butler has implemented new features, including maximum occupancy control, automated queue and social distance management, and temperature screening. Traditionally, businesses who do real-time customer monitoring use VGA cameras, which raise severe privacy concerns. Cameras are labor and capital intensive to deploy. Tracking an individual shopper's behavior in real time with a camera is not scalable. 2019 alone, retail industry has spent $60 billion monitoring shopper behavior in physical retail stores. Butler's Hitachi sensors map full customer journey in real time in a much greater detail. Hitachi sensor is a passive infrared array sensor capturing body heat. It protects privacy by design. It translates thermal data in real time to powerful analytics without post-processing wait time. The Butler team comes from MIT, Harvard, and Berkeley. For the past 10 years, our team has been working on low-cost, low-power, non-intrusive sensor network to reconstruct user behavior. We bring powerful real-time analytics and promotion tools from online to brick-and-mortar space. We offer 2 tiers of product through an annual subscription model, pricing based on covered square footage and feature selected. The basic package covers foot traffic analytics. This gives retailers a dashboard like Google Analytics to better understand customer interests while optimizing product placement and customer engagement. In the pandemic, it also provides maximum occupancy control and automatic queue management. The problem our grocery chain clients have now, and many other stores gradually opening up, is increasing COVID-19 exposure risk towards their customers and employees. Our product reduces the designated labor for crowd control and exposure risk for staff member. It automates the process for the staff member with push notification and speaker outside the store. Customers also have a live feed of a queue lens to avoid getting into a crowded supermarket. The advanced package provides full store real-time trajectory tracking for each individual shopper. Based on their shopping journey, this creates personalized shopping experience and contextual promotions for each individual shopper to convert more sales for the store. For example, if a customer look at a product, a sanitizer, we track him all the way down to checkout, find out he ended up buying it or not. If it didn't, we create a customized promotion like printed coupon on the receipt, or if they swipe their membership card, it's a push notification on their phone. Each sensor covers 360 square feet, and we charge $300 per year. To cover a 15,000 square foot Trader Joe's size store, it requires 40 sensors. We charge $12,000 per year based on the square footage. It rounded to 83 cents per square foot. Compared to other solutions using imaging technology, where the only solution produces real-time trajectory in a scalable way. We're 10% of the price comparing to VGA cameras. We don't need any wiring. We safeguard user privacy. We have signed contracts to deploy these features to 200,000 retail locations in 2020 and 21. The latest deployment is in Burger King China with our partner and client WeWide, and 99 ranch market here in the United States. Our current annual recurring revenue is $500,000. We're almost fully subscribed for our current run. We have $1.2 million committed for our $1.5 million run using convertible note. In the next 10 years, imagine a physical world that truly understands customers' user experience that is safe, responsive, and intelligent, powered by Butler.
Thank you, Butler. And the final startup to conclude our real estate segment is Uvara. Uvara securely represents any group of utilities, networks, and/or buildings in a virtual environment and displays their elements over any base map or on any device.
Hello, my name is Imad Ftouni. I'm with Better GIS. We provide a GIS platform for utilities. We started as an experiment with civil engineers who wanted to consolidate their drawings on a GIS map, which proved to be successful, and we have more than 25 deployments between campuses, municipalities, etc. Let me start by showing a campus that's 160 acres big, more than 50 buildings, and 20,000 students in enrollment. Here are the utilities of that site. And if I may pause for a moment, and at this instant, if you imagine an outage in wireless, the consequences of that, well, wireless being a utility, then the same concept would apply to an outage in electricity, in water, and any of the other utilities. For a campus of or for a site of this size, this would have huge consequences, let alone if there was an emergency involving gas or fire, etc., etc. So as a tool to be able to allow the facility managers to stay ahead of the curve, we provide them with the capability to isolate a particular utility or even a sublayer within the utility. But here I'll only focus on one particular asset to just show the fine grain, and these are engineering specs, and the plans from which they originated are linked. And another capability is to run filters. I'm going to show one filter here that will show assets that are expired. Basically, they've been still in use beyond their age, and if we trigger that, here is a bunch of actions that they should be taking on the site. Another use that we have is a municipality, in this case, their water district is on our system, and besides the capabilities we just saw, this spreads over 1.2 square miles, and basically geography is not an issue for us. It doesn't matter how big the area is. Then we will look at another case where we track progress of a construction using Vantara. And here we did a pilot on a small section of it. The requirement is that we receive plans and drone images of the construction as it progresses and be able to show it so that the stakeholders can actually compare and assess. So here's a plan. Here is a high-res drone image. Let me just switch off the plan. This is the actual construction, which we can zoom in on a little bit further. And we received another drone image 2 weeks after the first one, which basically the work was completed. And this is the use case here. A year and a half ago, we received 2 million in funding. And here are some construction companies that are using our system. My contact is provided, and I would look forward for further communication.
Thank you to all the startups for your presentations. It's been a pleasure having you participate in this year's batch. For those watching, you'll notice a poll just popped up on your screen. Please take the next few seconds to vote for your favorite startups. And just a reminder, don't forget to register for networking on the Brella app. On the chat box below, you will see the link to sign up for the app and get set up your profile. Lastly, to conclude our real estate segment, I want to say as we transition back to the workplace and as more places begin to open, the way we develop, manage, and operate real estate will not be the same. At Plug and Play, we're committed to being at the forefront of disruption and work with you to navigate through these challenges. I encourage you to connect with me if you'd like general information on Plug and Play real estate and construction program, if you'd like to explore specific startup solutions, or if you want more details on upcoming events. With that said, let's continue on to the construction segment. I'll begin briefly by highlighting the agenda for this segment for those who are just joining us. We'll have brief opening remarks, followed by an exciting GC roundtable with special guests from PCL, DPR, and Haskell. Following the discussion, we will showcase this year's construction tech startups. Following the presentations, I will invite our corporate partners, Kojima, Shimizu, and Stanley Black & Decker, for another roundtable discussion. Following the discussion, we will conclude with brief closing remarks. Now on to some brief housekeeping items. All attendees will remain on mute throughout the sessions. Please use the chat box if you have specific questions or concerns for the Plug and Play team. Please use the Q&A box if you have any specific questions for today's presenters. Next, at the conclusion of the construction tech startup portion, you will also see a poll that will jump up on your screen. Please use that to vote for your favorite startups. And just another reminder, don't forget to sign up on Brella for networking. Please use the QR code to the right, and you can set up your profile. Now let's get into the exciting stuff. Please let me welcome back Miles, who will be moderating our GC roundtable.
Awesome, Mike. Thank you for that introduction. I'll be honest, I am super excited to have the amazing panel that we have today, and I hope that the roundtable is strong because these are some heavyweights. You know, we started the real estate and construction program back in March of 2018, and real estate is just something that's big, really important to our CEO, Saeed. And so over the last almost 3 years, our team's been trying to figure out what's the best way to help these startups innovate? How do you get in touch with construction companies? You know, like they tend to be some of the most busy people. And so I think today we get to hear from some of the biggest companies here in North America. Let me start by introducing our speakers. So first off, we have Kaushal Diwan from DPR. Kaushal is the National Director of Innovation at DPR, one of the top 10 construction companies in the United States, and they're a leader in technically challenging and environmentally complex projects. Beyond just being a champion of open innovation and BIM, Kaushal is also an adjunct faculty at the University of California, Berkeley, and in his past, he was part of the United States Air Force as well. Kaushal, can you hear us okay?
Hey guys, if you guys hear me.
Yeah, loud and clear, perfect. Next up, we have Cutler Knupp. So Cutler's the Director of Strategy and Technology Investments at the Haskell Company. And the Haskell Company is one of the prominent AEC companies leveraging technology. The interesting thing about Cutler's position is he's also part of the CVC arm called DisrupTech and received the 2019 Construction Dive Company of the Year award. Cutler, are you on the line with us also?
Yep, thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, man, good to hear you. And then, and you grew the beard back. Lastly, we have Mr. Mark Bryant joining us as well. So Mark is the Chief Information Officer over at PCL, a company that's been around for over a century. And I don't think Mark's been with them that entire time. They have over 700 projects across North America, Australia, and the Caribbean. And just some more about Mark. So Mark received the 2019 ITAC Canadian CIO of the Year award. And this is a testimony to his qualities to be able to drive innovation forward. Mark, are you on the line with us also?
I sure am.
Awesome. Nice to have you here. So guys, I think before we get into the nitty-gritties of construction, maybe one question I'm curious about is, we're all working from home here. How are you guys using your time outside of work? You picked up any hobbies? You learning to cook? What are you doing with your time? Maybe we could start with you, Cutler.
Yeah, good question, warming up. I'm doing a lot more cooking. I'm specifically around the breakfast foods as well, since I have a little bit more time in the mornings to kind of prep before running out the door. But that and getting into a little bit more outdoor activity as well. So have a little bit more time to do some hiking and go on walks and whatnot. So the dog's enjoying that for sure.
I love it. Kaushal, how about yourself?
Man, as you asked that question, I was thinking, this is not what we covered in the previews. I was like, I was not expecting this question. This is like a total side, a curveball. But anyway, got back into working out. I think one thing is just to be more disciplined about trying to, not only keep the work stuff going right, but also being healthy, both in mind and body. And so got back into working out. And I think the other piece, as Cutler mentioned, going on walks with the dogs and the kids and the family.
Love it. Mark, I'm sure they covered everything, but how about from your side?
Well, you specifically asked about cooking. So I'm a big griller. I have both a gas grill and a Green Mountain pellet smoker. And probably my favorite thing to do is smoked salmon on Sunday. And then I got cold salmon for the whole, half the week for lunch and whatnot. And yeah, like the others, keeping busy, trying to stay active. I find work is bleeding into the night and into the weekends. Not that it didn't before, it's just happening more so now. So crazy times, a little bit different. Seem busier than pre-COVID, that's for sure.
That's a fair point. Farmed salmon or fresh salmon, is there a difference?
There is. It depends where you go. I mean, at the end of the day, after you smoke it, though, you really can't taste the difference.
All right, I love it. Okay, guys. So I think one of the first places that we want to start off with is obviously today's talk is going to be about innovation between your different corporations. But I think what I'm curious about is how do your corporations even define innovation? Is it working with startups? Is it new processes? Maybe it's a mix of all that. But I'd love to hear it from your perspective. What were your team's tasked to do, and how do you think about innovation in general? Does someone want to take that?
I can start with that. For DPR, our innovation journey has been around since 2011. And it's kind of evolved through the years. I think if I were to say something there, I think it's more than just tech. I think it's everything from processes, it's new solutions, empowering employees to think differently and sort of basically just ability to improve on best practices, right? And for DPR, the way we communicate it internally, it's basically an environment for employees to test and experiment and try new things. Specifically connecting those pilots and those tests to project needs and things that our customers are looking for.
Mark Cutler,
I have to go next, Miles.
Go for it, Mark.
So first thing I'm going to say is I think the word innovation is overused. And so anything that's new these days seems to have the word innovation applied to it. So we try to harvest ideas continuously, though. And during COVID, we've implemented a platform for sourcing. It's supposed to be an innovation platform, but for sourcing ideas. So what are people doing to enhance safety at the work site related to COVID? Certainly, we're getting a lot of other ideas coming out of that. But one of the challenges you find in a large construction company that's distributed, and I'm sure the other folks on the call here with me, Kaushal and Cutler, have the same challenge in their organizations, is that construction companies are very project focused. And so because they're so project focused, you may have innovative ideas or new ideas happening at a construction site in a city that has multiple construction sites, but those great ideas are never shared. And then when you compound that with the fact that you may be geographically distributed, certainly like we are, it's hard to get ideas out there. So we use a platform today called IdeaScale that's allowing us to share technology ideas, business process ideas, COVID-19 related ideas, safety ideas, quality ideas, but it's shrunk the organization and allowed us to distribute information very quickly and very efficiently.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mark. I'm going to jump into that more. Cutler, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's all the above. I mean, what both hit on, it's much more than just technology or just attacking a new process with a different approach. It's really a mindset, and it's really teaching and trying to cultivate that sandbox where people can go and feel comfortable to try new things and bring new ideas to the table, and really to embed that in the culture. So it's much more than just a driving towards a specific point or to achieve some goal. It's definitely more of a mindset and a thought process that's how we view it.
Okay, awesome. One of the things I would like to dig into is not every company that we talk to, we chose you guys to be on this panel because we feel like you have a structure internally for innovation or whatever it is, improving the way that we design the built environment. But not every company is as advanced as you guys were. And one of the things we're curious about is if innovation is someone's part-time job, how can you talk to us about, I guess, can you talk about the journey of how your company got to where they are, or to your best knowledge? And then what advice would you give to a company if someone's tasked with running innovation? I mean, where do they start? There's all these shining objects. How do you get early wins? Can you just talk to that a little bit?
Sure, I'll jump in on that one real quick. I think that the big things are if this is something that an individual's championing, like you mentioned, Miles, kind of as a part-time opportunity, or maybe trying to strive to make it, a full-time deal, or they understand the importance of it and they need the organization to focus more on it, is really work on identifying those few opportunities that have proved value to the organization, and taking those and highlighting those to the leadership of the organization in any way possible, and trying to get specific a few minutes to kind of talk through what those are and how something small really added incremental value to a single project or to a division or whatever it may be, and expressing the point that this is one or two small examples of this, and if there's more impetus on how you can go about and structure a program around this to drive, again, that kind of thought process and that mentality that's kind of bred into all of your projects across the divisions and across the organization, it'll really show the value. But it is challenging, specifically if you don't have, your leadership kind of bought in. So I would kind of prepare yourself with examples that you have internally already, and then there's tons of resources that you can pull from and insights around the value and the importance of doing this specifically in our industry, because we face unique challenges, and there's a real opportunity for those organizations that really want to move and embrace the future of where things are going.
Okay, that's interesting. And maybe a question for Kaushal and Mark. So one of the questions we ask here at Plug and Play is, how do our champions define success? Like, when they have to talk to their managers, what is a successful year? Is it $100 million in new business line? Is it some amount of savings cost? I'm curious about, how do you guys think about success from your positions?
Well, I'll start. Certainly success is when you can put something into the field from a technology perspective that the field actually finds value in and useful. So it's got to be easy. It's got to be quick. It can't be complicated. There can't be a lot of setup time. Construction is a very complicated business, and there's a lot of moving parts. Like, we're all logistics companies, we're all financial companies, we're all builders. And so when you look at the complexity of a job site, a lot of people take for granted that materials show up and something gets built. There's a large amount of complexity that goes into that. So when I personally go out to the field, the things that I look for on a construction site, and I come with a different lens than our field employees would by the nature of my role, I ask a lot of questions. Why do you do things this way? How does this work? What is that? How does that work? What does a normal day look like? So I think I need to educate myself continuously at the workplace of construction, but conversely, the other part of my job is to help folks in the field who didn't grow up with a technology background understand how they might be able to do something different with technology. And my mantra is a crawl, walk, run. Similar to what Cutler said without saying those words, is start with something small, get a win, prove the value, and understand, did it save you time? Did it save you money? Did it allow you to enhance schedule? Did it improve quality? Did it enhance safety? And if you can hit something in that recipe box and replicate it quickly and easily, then you're likely going to have something that's going to be successful.
Maybe Kaushal, I want to expand on. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to that. I think I've been really fortunate to kind of do what I do, and I'd say ever forward is one of DPR's core values. And when we initially started on some of our experiments and pilots, we used to have this program called the OFI problem, Opportunity for Improvement program. It was a very paper-based program where note cards and people would suggest ideas that they had to improve on a set process. And what we try to focus on, I think both these guys kind of hit on it, is continuous improvement. What does that look like? What's that continuous cycle, right? So you're not settling for any kind of status quo. One thing I think you mentioned earlier was, how do you sift through all the shiny objects? How do you figure out how to focus on some core competency or knowledge? We put some focus areas around some of the things that we want to pilot and experiment, and we align those focus areas with the core business needs. And I think that's one way to kind of hone in on what really you want to test and what you want to improve on. Definition of success, we try to tell our folks, as long as you can walk away with something that you learned from the experiment, that's the success. And you want to identify certain metrics that you want to improve on, so that as you're going through this pilot, that you're learning along the way, and when you're done that you hit a certain mark.
So, one thing I'm curious around is, just to expand on what you guys have talked about, is here at Plug and Play, we say a lot. We don't normally like to move forward with the corporation until we have C-level buy-in, because we at least believe that if the people in charge of innovation, they don't have buy-in from executives, it's going to be difficult for them to get budget, and then they have to convince business units to use it, and it becomes harder and harder. But I'm curious, because I've talked to project managers on construction sites, and I tend to hear mixed messages. Some companies, it's top down, some it's bottom up. I'd love to hear from someone. Maybe we can start with Mark's perspective. Is it top down? Is it bottom up? Is it a mix of those? I mean, how do you think about innovation internally? And then I guess if it is bottom up, if that's part of it, how do you get people to start thinking entrepreneurially in what they do? Because everyone's so busy.
Yeah, I mean, one of the benefits of PCL is we're an employee-owned company, so I think people are a little bit more apt to be looking for solutions that benefit them as an owner. And certainly, we look for solutions that benefit our customers as well. So, innovation doesn't come from the top down or the bottom up. It comes from the entirety of the organization. You have to really embed it in your culture. And I'm not the guy, as I always say, sitting in the henhouse coming up with all the cool ideas. Cool ideas come from everywhere inside of our organization, and we have a set of committees in our organization that allow good ideas to be funneled up. We could probably do a better job of educating people on how to take good ideas and move them up. I referred to Idea Scale earlier. We implemented that 2 months ago. That's been huge success for us. We've had over 300 ideas in 7 weeks, and so that will live after COVID. But that will be our funnel going forward to get information into committees more easily, because you could be a field engineer at a job site in California, have a great idea. Like I said, it might be used on that project. It should be replicated potentially all over the place, depending on how great the idea is, but we're not good at doing that. And so sometimes you stumble on them, but all of us have to find better ways in which to really, what you're asking is, how do you operationalize and scale something? And certainly to operationalize and scale something, you likely have to get it to the corporate mothership to do that. But you definitely don't want to miss those great ideas that are happening at the field level. So they got to be shared, and shared often.
Coach Cutler, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely plus one to what Mark said. The ideas come from everywhere. It's not just from one location. I think the key is, how do you get others to be aware of that and sharing those ideas across the enterprise? So when somebody does a pilot on the East Coast, that somebody on the West Coast is also aware of what happened and what they learned from it. So education is definitely the key there. I think the other piece that we learned is that there are a lot of different work groups, right? And innovation can't be the only group sort of owning, these pilots and these solutions. That we have to find, what's the ultimate landing spot for these solutions. If it's an operations technology, that we expect our operations groups to kind of take that on, right? And so how do we connect those dots? How do we be more deliberate and consistent with communication, so that once an idea is ready to scale, that we bring in the right folks to kind of grow that effort.
And I'll just I'll add on there too. Totally agree with all the guys on that point. I think that when I originally joined this role to run the corporate venture arm of my organization, I didn't think and it wasn't in the job description, being a storyteller. And I think that that's something that's way overlooked, as far as to Goshal's point too, specifically around education. And you have to make sure that folks are aware of it. How did it happen? How did it come through? And we also have an innovation platform that we leverage as a stage to get those ideas out, because innovation doesn't happen in a silo. And really, myself and my team, we're not really coming up with the innovations or owning them in any sort of sense. We're basically just trying to broadcast and make sure the organization is aware of them, and we help to enable that innovation. And so, I'd say that, on top of that, just make sure there's a platform and a way to get those ideas out, and the education around how they came to be and why they're important to the organization. And then, kind of the fruit from that, will follow.
I love it. And I think we would get a lot of fire if we didn't talk about the effects of COVID-19 on and how that's going to affect construction. I mean, there's all this talk about, if you were on earlier, we're not going to go back to the office anymore, and now everything's going to be modular. I'm curious from where you guys sit, and maybe we can start with Kaushal on this one. How has COVID-19 changed the way you think about the way you do your job, maybe short-term and long-term? Do you think there's going to be long-term effects? And how do you build right now when you can't have that many people on the site?
COVID has really skyrocketed and lit a big fire on the innovation team. For us, I don't think we've ever been this busy in our lives. I think, as Mark mentioned, from from the day starting to like, nighttime and family time. It's kind of all blended together, right? And what COVID has done for us is it's really shown our company that, these are solutions, right? How do we have, meaningful solutions that can help with problems that our project teams face? And so our innovation team's really been plugged in on brainstorming, helping project teams identify solutions. And then what we're trying to do is co-innovating externally with startups to say, hey, this is a real need for us. Is there a way you can come up with a solution that we can work to together that can benefit all of us, right? Not only just DPR, but it's a solution that works for us. It would work for PCL, it would work for Haskell. And so for us, it's been a real, jolt of adoption. I've seen a lot of our leadership jump to technical solutions, as a daily, workflow for them. So, I mean, to give you an example, our leadership has pretty much moved almost 90%, if not more, to Microsoft Teams for daily communications, for quick huddles, for sharing of files. And that's something that I think, COVID kind of forced us to do, right? Which is more, how do you get your job done, virtually? And so to me, the long-term effects, I think this will help more with, adopting to new solutions, help with the ease of kind of getting past of, that stigma and the hesitation of trying something new.
Cool. Mark, anything to add there? Or are you pretty much in agreement?
Yeah, pretty much in agreement. I would say that it's literally hit warp speed as far as us driving adoption of technology, and folks that were resistant prior, they now don't have a choice. And so everything from design to execution on site, and being able to dial in leadership owners remotely to the projects when they can't necessarily visit. A lot of our job sites never even really missed a beat with the whole COVID incident. We just had to put measures in place. But as far as from preview, collaboration, et cetera, there's just basically everybody's had to hit the gas on leveraging what's out there today. And so I think it's been I think overall it's been a net positive for the industry as a whole, because I think that this is really going to put a lot of digital first solutions in directly in front, and we can't avoid it anymore. And then the ease of using some of them has shown that it's not as painful as it could be, and they're actually really valuable tools that have been there for a year, 2 years, 3 years even, that we just haven't been leveraging appropriately.
Okay. I like it. One of the questions we have here is, I'd asked you guys earlier about how do you define innovation, and it sounds like startups maybe play a role in that, but it's not everything. But I have to ask, what do you look for when working with a startup? So a lot of the people in the audience are startups, and they want to work with you guys. I guess, what do you work for? How can they make your lives easier when they want to work with you? Can you guys talk to a bit about on that topic? Maybe we can start with Cutler. You want to hit that one first?
Yeah, sure. I mean, some of the big things are, approach with some humility. As basic as our industry sounds, if you're coming from maybe outside the industry and haven't had much experience directly on, working with a large GC in our case, or much experience on a job site per se, you might have some really promising technology, but a lot of times there's barriers in the field that aren't necessarily visible, just in your MVP environments and whatnot, and just be patient with us as an organization as a whole as well. We can be rather demanding from the corporate side. We do a lot of work for clients that are very specific around various parts of their projects maybe being exposed, the data that's collected, et cetera. And so there's just a lot of challenges. So I would say a big thing is just kind of approach with humility and understanding that, be willing to listen and not just think that, I'm sure that, everybody that's bringing a solution to market, the technology is no doubt promising, but, we've seen a lot, and we've seen lots come and go and fail for various reasons. And one that's kind of definitely avoidable is just the fact that if you can hear us out and maybe our concerns even about, possible risks or some things that could be hindrances to being deployed specifically in the field and the end users, then I think that'll go a long way. And again, we're in this together. So the last thing I want to do is be wasting my time and, money and effort in something that's not going to be successful. So I'm really, I'm in a position to really want to make these technologies and companies successful, but, we need to be able to work together in that environment and make sure that it's, at the end of the day, the solution's going to make sense and going to work, and we can address all that up front.
Kaushal, you unmuted yourself. Did you want to add something there?
Yeah, I was just going to say, plus one to what Cutler said there. I think it's there's a lot of solutions out there, right? And there's only like a handful of us kind of fielding those coming in, right? And I think the biggest challenge that we face is that we our motto, our mantra is we try to get back and we try to promote open innovation. And I try to give as much time as I can to any startup that wants to talk to me or anybody on my team. The challenge sometimes that we face is, I feel like there could be, if I were to give some advice, I think there would be, it'd be good for the startup to understand what is the core business or, of the customer that they're trying to work with, right? And, the challenge sometimes that we face when we roll out some of these solutions is instead of solving a problem, we create a new problem. And that's, that's not helping any one of us, right? And so identifying opportunities to co-innovate, trying to, put a little more emphasis on what that problem is and doing a good job identifying the problem, I think will help us, work with the startups a lot better.
All right.
Maybe I'll just add something there, Miles.
Go ahead, Mark, please.
Really, when I look for startup organizations, we've got to find either it's an unmet need, or it's very disruptive. But then add to that, don't look at it as a transaction or a sale. So what I'm looking for is partners. And so where I'm getting really creative and partnering with organizations is sharing in revenue. So if you've got a compelling product and you're willing to share revenue by the nature of potentially conducting business with a much, much larger organization, and it's a win-win for both organizations, that's something unique that I'm looking at more and more so today, because I think the ecosystem of construction is so complicated that and everyone listening should know it's low margin. You see a $400 million project or $1 billion project, there's not massive margins in those numbers after you're done. At the end of the day, it's a risky business. Margin in buildings is anywhere from 2, 4, 6, 8%. On a 8% would be a really good day in 2020. So you got to remember when you're pricing these products and solutions that construction is a low margin business. So you got to be able to proliferate product and technology where you can partner to be successful, because then you make yourself more attractive, or it's got to be priced at a point where it's affordable. So what I don't want to have at the end of the day is 60 cool point solutions that overcomplicate our business more than it already is. And so I look to consolidate, streamline, and centralize as much as possible. So technology is an enabler, not a complicator. I think everyone needs to hear that.
No, I love it. And I think actually, so I'm being told that we have to wrap this up. Maybe in closing, I have a final question for each one of you. And I guess it'd be, as far as the future goes, what are you excited about? And maybe you can frame it in terms of, because we have a question here on, shorter term versus longer term, or I guess incremental versus disruptive. Can you talk about, for the future of construction, anything that's more of a shorter term fix versus something that might change the way we build in general? Anything that's exciting about for you guys? Modular is all the rage, but I'd love to hear it from your end. Something that maybe could be exciting in the next 5-10 years as far as construction goes.
I'll start if you wish. I mean, I kind of really already said it, but I think the digitization of construction has been a laggard, along with, I call it hunting and gathering, but it's really agriculture, way at the bottom in terms of digitization. So I think there's a lot of money going into construct tech right now. I think COVID-19 has opened the eyes for a lot of people who didn't want to touch tech, were forced to touch tech. So I think the industry is ripe for change, potentially consolidation. I think there's a lot of construction companies in North America.
Yeah.
That's my personal view. It's not necessarily my company's view. I think that change needs to happen. The construction industry hasn't changed a lot in the last 50 to 60 years. We're using processes today that have been around for decades. And so there's a lot of opportunity out there that technology can change and enable. So I think it's an exciting time to be in technology in construction, simply because it's not there's a large opportunity of maturity curve there, and some cool and exciting things that can be done with the technologies that are available today.
Mark, just to press on that, and I know I said rapid fire, but so it's almost like a catch-22. You're on these low margins, but you know, data is becoming more and more important. I mean, how do you start capturing that data?
Yeah, I mean, so we've done it by centralizing platforms. Someone had a question here. It seems like companies are starting to develop their own digital capabilities. True, and that's primarily because, and we've been developing solutions in-house at PCL for over 25 years, primarily because no one out there has built anything. We've had to build our own stuff. But I'm really focused. I'll build where I have to, but I'd much rather partner with a company that's got a fantastic solution, open APIs. I can get the data into a centralized platform where I need it and create that single pane of glass to take complexity out of our business.
Coach Cutler, are we printing hospitals in the next 5 years?
I think you know, Mark hit on a lot of great points there. You know, I think data is something that I'd say, you know, for a short-term fix, in order to get to that long-term vision, right, you got to get standardized. You got to fix your data. You got to make sure you're collecting it consistently. You got to make sure that it's, you know, it's coming in a good volume to where you can use something like machine learning or artificial intelligence to get the meaningful analytics that you're looking for, right? As a company, I think, you know, there are some short-term solutions that, you know, that only help you get so far, right? So Mark alluded to that a little bit. You mentioned some point solutions, but I think the real value is for long-term is you got to identify how these point solutions can help you, you know, align on a bigger picture vision, which requires, you know, good use of APIs, good use of ability to connect the data points from different sources. And so for us, you know, the data piece is a huge part of our strategy for growth, you know, both short-term and long-term. In terms of innovation, you know, prefabrication is also a focus area that, you know, we're focusing pretty heavily on, but also connecting the prefabrication, you know, point with our self-perform groups. So, you know, you got a piece of robotics built into that. So how do you augment human force? You know, the last downturn in the economy, we saw a huge exit of, you know, workforce labor, right? You know, where people left the industry, never came back. And if that happens again, you know, it's going to be a huge, you know, it's going to be a huge hit for our industry. And so another thing that we're focusing on is how do you leverage something like robotics and prefabrication and find a way to augment the workforce that you do have so that you can still continue doing the same volume, if not more.
Cutler, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it brief, but I mean, basically just, you know, instead of just kind of mentioning specific technologies that I'm excited about, I mean, I think I'll just hit on a couple points that are really important to the industry as a whole, and what I'm excited about technology actually changing. And you know, a big one that was mentioned here obviously is, you know, productivity. So, you know, we're at the bottom of the heap, so there's massive amounts of opportunity there, and I'm excited to see, you know, what the job sites of the future will look like when we can start bringing that number up. That's pretty exciting. Another major piece is safety. So, you know, the industry as a whole is something around like 10% of, you know, global GDP, but we're responsible for like 1/5 of worker fatalities, you know, in industry period. And so it's pretty major. And I think that, you know, once we can level set the industry to understand that, you know, the fear of possibly losing a limb or, you know, possibly dying, you know, is not part of the equation when you're looking at, you know, the field to join is pretty major. So I'm excited to see what technology can do for us in that regard. And then the final piece, you know, is basically like make construction cool again. So like, as Kishal was saying that, you know, there was a major exodus of workers from the industry in the last downturn we had. This is kind of to be determined as far as how COVID's going to impact the industry as a whole here, but I know that we're constantly stressed for labor needs. And, you know, I being fortunate to be on the innovation and technology side of the space, I see how really exciting it is and how much potential is there and on the table to be taken advantage of. And what I can't wait for is that when you know, the next generation is coming up and graduating school and focused on like, man, I can't wait to get into engineering construction. You know, it's really exciting because what we do is mission critical to the world, and it's pretty it's pretty awesome at the end of the day what all of our companies here talking about do on a daily basis. And, I can't wait to see that kind of get rejuvenated and understand that, there's a lot of exciting ways to build and it's super important. So those three themes I'm kind of pretty excited about, short, medium, and long term about the impacts that technology is going to have on that.
No, I love it. And I think that's a good note to wrap things up. Maybe I'll give you guys one more minute. How do people, we have a lot of questions. How do people get in touch with you? And is there anything else you want to end on? If you had to leave a message? Cutler, maybe since you went last, I'll let you start there. How do people get in touch, and anything you want to say to the startups, venture capitalists, corporations out there?
Yeah, for sure. So, excited to work with, new partners in the space. Definitely always open to have a conversation, pending we can find some time. So definitely reach out, cutler.nup@haskell.com. Also, there's disrupttech@haskell.com is another good way to reach us. And also with DPR and a few other partners, we've created the Next Coalition, which is nextcoalition.co. And that's a great way if you have a solution that can possibly address some short-term needs for us. And for all the parties involved, if you have a startup that is tackling a safety need related to possibly COVID and continuing to keep our job sites operational, definitely feel free to submit or drop a line on there as well.
Love it. Kaushal, any parting words?
Yeah, no, I'm glad, Cutler, you mentioned the Next Coalition. I think that's huge. It's one way to funnel, if you've got a safety technology solution that can help with COVID. For me, I think the easiest way, honestly, for me is through LinkedIn. This way I can connect with you and, have you as a contact, but also the messaging on LinkedIn works pretty well for me. And I think, Cutler kind of hit on it. It's, we'd love to work with you guys, love to, co-innovate and find opportunities to kind of help, all of this out.
Mark, not to put the pressure on.
Yeah, first, thanks for having us, and appreciate all the great questions, and tried to answer a few questions there that came in on the Q&A. Lots of good questions, and so appreciate being on the panel, the opportunity to talk to folks. And the easiest way to get me is on LinkedIn, and just reference that. Hey, you're at the Summer Summit 2020, and we think we got something cool that you guys can use, and if it's compelling, then we may take a look at it.
All right, guys. Well, Cutler, Mark, Kaushal, thank you guys for being on. I feel like 30 minutes wasn't even close to enough, but hopefully we'll get another one of these set up in the next few months. So appreciate the time, guys. Have an awesome day. And I'm going to hand things over back to our MC, Mr. Michael Angulo. Take care, guys. Thanks again.
Thanks, thank you.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Miles. And thank you to you gentlemen for joining us for this discussion. For this segment, we'll have 5 startups present. And, we just heard from a few GCs who shared their experience with startups and implementing new solutions. One thing that has been emphasized today, as well as in the news, is that COVID has brought about an accelerated pace of digital transformation within the industry. Today, we have an exciting list of startups offering an array of different solutions. This year's batch will focus on productivity and safety, building monitoring, and managing infrastructure. Let's get to it. And to begin our lineup of construction tech startups, please let me introduce our first batch startup, Iguana. Iguana develops wireless monitoring systems that plug into existing infrastructure and collect data in real time.
Hi, this is Michael from Iguana, and I have the honor to show you Iguana's case, our data management system for processing data from machinery during and beyond the construction phase. What makes us unique is that we are independent from manufacturer or corporation, and we do more than just collect and document data. We offer a safe space for your data and also help you to increase transparency and quality on your construction site. But first of all, who are we? Iguana was founded in 2015 in Vienna, Austria, and we strive for digitalization in ground engineering and tunneling. Straight from the beginning, we had our focus set on creating and optimizing and construction data process management. The solution is called Iguana's Case. Research together with universities, interviews, and our own experience on site have shown that most of the times data management on construction site is inefficient and error-prone. If there is digital data management, it consists mostly of several spreadsheets where data is commonly added manually. Therefore, there is not only a high error potential, but also massive cost for analysis and evaluation. With such rather sloppy documentation and quality assurance, deficits arise, not only in relevant data itself, but also in communication and information management. Our solution for all of these problems is called Iguana Scales. Scales collects, processes, and evaluates data automatically. At the end of the chain, Scales offers exports, for example, for building programs or BIM models. The data is saved and structured in the central database, which is the center between human and machine interaction. The single source system, which works with open interfaces, allows different kinds of users to access the data, be it foremen or operators who don't need as deep an insight as engineers or managers, or be it external persons, like planners or contracting authorities. Through any browser-enabled device, Scales can be accessed in real time. Thanks to Iguana, construction sites have a better quality management and assurance, which means also better and more reliable data for building, further planning, or feeding BIM models. Analysis effort can be diminished by 70%, and process optimization is possible already during the construction phase. Scales delivers reliable and consistent data and pushes for a higher degree of transparency on construction sites. We are very happy to have worked with several companies and several sites throughout Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, and even more to have partnered with highly appraised universities in terms of research and development. One example for such a construction site is the vast site Stuttgart 21 in Germany, where we manage the data of over 150,000 injection points. Users can get from the tunnel overview to the single injection that they are interested in just 5 clicks. Iguana's case is flexible and constantly evolving. We are continuously integrating more machinery and providing further exports. Adaptable like the Iguana, we are looking forward to solve your misery in data management.
Thank you, Iguana, for getting us started. Our next startup offers a patentable hybrid steel and concrete modular construction technology that reduces cost and time. Please let me welcome Vero.
Good morning. My name is Jill Nimchek, and I'm the president of Vero Solutions. I'm honored and proud to be included in this prestigious event. Conventional construction methods have not changed in centuries and routinely cause significant cost and scheduling overruns. Enter modular construction technology. It does provide some cost and scheduling certainty. However, it too has its own inherent challenges, such as inflexible designs and height constraints. Vero technology is a hybrid system, removing the non-value-added processes of conventional construction methods, combined with inherent benefits of modular technology, but removing the standardization need while providing a more flexible, efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly way to build. Modular technology has taken a foothold internationally in such places as the UK, Australia, and Europe, but it's in its infancy in North America. The world's modular market is expected to grow to 130 billion in the next 3 years, and I would suggest 130 billion is low, as the study could not have accurately captured the 40+ stories market because the modular technology to go to those heights didn't exist until now with Vero Solutions. If we focus on the bottom blue rectangle, it indicates that there are only 3 real steel modular construction players in North America, including Vero, and approximately 8 competitors worldwide in a market that is arguably lower or larger than 130 billion. None of these competitors have technologies that can exceed 40 stories. Vero's technology involves building load-bearing volumetric structural chassis using HSS tubes, composite steel beams, and embossed metal decking. The building's columns are incorporated into the modular design, allowing for flexibility to accommodate different design specifications. The units are shipped to site with an interior completed to 50%, 90%, and the exterior is either partially or fully finished. On site, these units are immediately erected using self-aligning pins for a perfect fit. Once a floor is level, concrete is poured across the deck and composite beams and into the prefabricated columns, tying the entire assembly together. In this fashion, floors can be erected each week until the desired building height is obtained. As the building progresses, inside final ME and P connections are made, corridors are completed, and dramatically reducing the on-site construction time. The load-bearing steel module designs reduces the amount of concrete up to 35%, eliminates the need for formwork and shoring materials, and in some cases, reduced rebar needs, which aids in dramatically reducing labor costs and on-site materials, contributing to a dramatically lower overall building cost. Veral's management team comes with collectively 150 years of uniquely combined skills and experiences, working with the likes of Active Structures and Woolley Parsons in both steel and concrete within the construction and manufacturing sectors. Personally, I have started approximately 10 different companies with varying levels of success, one of which was an R&D initiative that grew to 100 million in annual revenues and later sold to Shawcor. Veral provides consulting services in concert with the developers, architecturals, and engineering firms, providing the expertise to efficiently modularize the building design whilst incorporating our market disruptive IP into their building. Veral also provides support to the project's GCs and third-party modular manufacturers. Because of the large capital savings component of our technology, we can charge the developer a royalty fee that can be incorporated into our soft costs while ensuring competitiveness and still delivering significant savings to the client. Veral is not a digital technology or software, but a physical bricks and mortar technology that actually builds the building in a socially responsible way, providing the project with actual tangible and quantifiable cost savings. In closing, Veral is a highly disruptive technology with international patent pending. Our management team has 150 years of experience. Veral's technology is unparalleled in the world and provides 35% cost savings and up to 50% time savings compared to conventional construction. Veral has minimal high-rise competition in a market that's 130 billion in size. Veral's disruptive technology utilizes sustainable construction methods and lowers environmental impact compared to conventional construction. I've included further information on our environmental benefits and our capital structure in the attached appendix. Thank you, stay safe, and continued health and happiness.
Thank you for sharing with us, Veral. Next up, we have BST. In the midst of COVID, BST improves productivity and safety on sites by providing real-time visibility into worker location. The stage is yours.
We are BST, and we're focused on construction safety and productivity. Construction's a dangerous industry with way too many preventable injuries. 200,000 annual injuries in the US have a major impact on cost and schedules. So with a background in the construction industry, our idea started in Ireland with a concern for safety as part of a large expansion at the Middleton Distillery where they produce Jameson whiskey. Management and owners were worried about safety with so many production and construction workers in close proximity to dangerous equipment. So after being unsuccessful looking for an off-the-shelf solution, we created some prototypes. Essentially, our system creates an exclusion zone around dangerous equipment or areas to alert workers and operators when they are too close. We then took our system and tested it on construction sites to improve our technology and feature set. Our system trains workers in real time to change behavior on the work site with continual direct feedback and tailored information and safety scores for all workers and site safety managers. While doing testing, we realized that our system could have a major impact on the other big challenge in construction, productivity. McKinsey estimates there's an opportunity for 10% cost reduction by improving productivity across the construction sector. We tackle productivity by knowing manpower zone location. Understanding manpower seems like a simple thing, but the logistics of a site make it very challenging to know how many workers are focused on a particular task. Compare this with building a car where you can look down the assembly line and see people in the same location all the time. Site superintendents spend a lot of time and energy fighting to get manpower size and location information. Our system gives them accurate and reliable data instantly to use to make critical decisions. Our system includes hardware devices that are deployed on the site and dashboards and workflows that create actionable information based on the latest behavioral science techniques for site safety managers and site superintendents. Our system is safe based on our superior proximity technology and very cost-effective. Our system is also very easy to install and use, a key feature for adoption on a construction site. So as part of the Plug and Play Batch 5 Spring cohort, we want to acknowledge Plug and Play, who did a great job pivoting to virtual webinars, workshops, and fireside chats. While in this new normal, we also continue to improve our system with hardware and software prototyping and expanded feature sets. We also cultivated potential customer partnerships with companies such as Kojima, a world-renowned Japanese international construction corporation that has shown interest in our system. They are very dedicated to improving safety for all their workers on sites worldwide. They're a great corporation and they have a good appreciation for how to work with startups. We are working towards a proof of concept event as things get back to normal. And to talk more about the partnership, here's Yuji from Kojima International Incorporated.
For Kojima, safety is the most important aspect. Zero serious accident is our goal. We are interested in the BST system for two main reasons. Immediate feedback to workers with real-time alerts when they are in danger, and gradual modification of worker behavior by positive reinforcement methods. Safety is not just about the technology. It is more about awareness, mindset, and the culture.
Thanks, Yuji. So that's a brief overview of BST. We are actively looking for seed round partners to join us to get to the next level. Please reach out and connect. We'd love to tell you more about our exciting company and unique system. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview, BST. Our next startup is no stranger to Summit after previously participating in our IoT Batch 10. Inspirit IoT applies advanced visual computing models and algorithms to bring real-time safety and situational awareness to worksite.
Hello, my name is Manu. I'm the CEO of Inspirit, and I'd like to give you an overview of what we do in the visual analytics area. We have a number of neural networks and classifiers that we've built up and layered on business logic that allows us to enter into a couple of different areas, essentially in the area of recognition and tracking and basically optical character recognition and a couple other things. I'd like to walk you through what we have done. One of the things we've done with Kojima Corporation through our connection at Plug and Play is to build an object and people tracking plus analytics system where we're able to look at proximity, distance separation, velocity, and get as far as collision prediction. This has a lot of potential applications in other areas, and as you can see, the object detection is done pretty well. You'll notice a track in this area over here where it's normally hard to see. Within our business, we have now focused on face detection and recognition, and this you can see at scale what it looks like to have a facial detection system running. Couple that with facial recognition at scale, and it starts to get even more interesting. This is what we are specialized in. We do a pretty good job. And within that, we have targeted the facilities management area in the senior living markets. The market is growing because, simply put, there are an increasing number of older people, and those increasing with an increasing age. Within this market, the need for privacy is also very high. So this is not a market that is well suited to cloud computing and other areas. Some amount of edge processing is needed. We have taken that niche. Our TAM in this area, in this niche, is about $120 million. Of course, the larger market is much larger, and we'll eventually get there. But first, our beachhead. We do have competitors if I look at the areas of surveillance, but within our beachhead area, we really don't have that much in the way. We're well targeted and well tuned for this area. Our current product plans are really based on two models, a performance and a value model, distinguished primarily by the number of faces per second being processed that allow the ability to handle a wide number of streams. Even our value proposition products competes very well against some of the high-end products from other companies that we listed earlier as competitors. We do have interesting partners. Plug and Play is one of our key partners. Thank you for hosting us today. Intel has enabled us with source code access and a lot of technical help. Our go-to-market is through Status Solutions and Velocy, who are ready to take orders at any time. And we have paying customers, of course, that also help in that area. Our team is fairly compact. Essentially, I'm the CEO, and Kyle and Swati help me on a day-to-day basis. Deming, Wenmei, and Jason are part-time. And with that, we've built a credible company around R&D, execution, delivery, and support. I want to thank you very much for your time, your attention, and please reach out to me with any questions. And especially if you would like to be a customer, we'd very much like to have your business. Thank you again for your time. Appreciate your interest, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Inspirit IoT. It's great to have you back. And it's also great to have so many exciting solutions in this year's batch. Don't go anywhere because our last startup of the day is redesigning the standard practice of the real estate industry by combining real-world property and the online virtual community. Please welcome Zwyspace.
This is Kameta from Zwyspace. We are a top PropTech company in EPIC regions. Multiple blockchain patents already granted. We also have AI Architect and earthquake simulation software. As for the POC, we already made 50 of $2 million house, total $100 million already sold. And that was a good POC, and we became #1 in Tokyo. This is Robot Architect. When place the address informations and upload the land, computer will detect the land shape, and AI Architect will generate the maximum profitable building structure and the floor plan. We use the Monte Carlo simulations and the proprietary logic. 3D earthquake simulation model. Fukushima earthquake data is shaking the building we just made. These are California earthquake features. Tokyo could be hit as well. $1.4 trillion damages, much bigger than COVID. In order to minimize earthquake damages, we came up with the digital twin simulations. Compare with the real and the virtual, and come up with a good AI model. With that, we make tough buildings. In order to gather earthquake sensing data, we issue tokens to construction companies and building owners. AI professionals who want to make a model will buy the tokens to get the data. At the end of the day, those tokens can be exchanged at Australian exchange with e-banking license. Flying car won't sense earthquake, so we navigate them. 400 years old construction company Takenaka and more than 100 years old Kajima Corporation joined this Namaza Alliance. We closely talk with the cabinet and the SoftBank. This is the ecosystem for tokens. We have other token ecosystem. As for real token, Takenaka started to use the blockchain smart contract first in the industry at the office.zwyspace.com. Left is me. I used to work for SoftBank CEO and made the broadband business for SoftBank. Professor Oguro is the famous economist in Japan, well connected to the government. He used to work for Ministry of Finance. Mr. Fujiwara has been real estate global investors in Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse. Mr. Ishii is in charge of Tokyo real estate. We upgrade our investments to reinforced concrete building from wooden buildings. We also provide the broadband applications using blockchains after COVID. We expect a $1.8 to $3 billion annual profit level in mid-2020. Now we are fundraising up to $10 million to connect global cross partners. As for crypto, left is free office accounts, invitational, and the right is its Bitcoin wallet with some gift. Please join. Thank you very much for listening. Please don't hesitate to contact me at the link below. Thank you.
Sorry, everybody, my video is not coming up, but thank you to this year's batch startups for today's presentations. We've enjoyed the opportunity to work with you over the last few months. You'll see a poll that just popped up. Please take the next few seconds to vote for your favorite startups. And also a friendly reminder, don't forget to register on Umbrella for networking. There you'll be able to chat with your favorite startups and meet with other attendees. Our team will share the link to join in the chat box. Our event's not over, but this concludes my time on the mic today. I'm glad I had the opportunity to introduce this year's batch startups and partake in this event with such wonderful speakers. I encourage you to connect with me if you'd like for more info on our construction tech program. Also, if you'd be interested in exploring specific startup solutions. Please let me welcome back Miles, who will be moderating our corporate partner roundtable. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome, Mike. Appreciate it. So this is going to be the final piece of content for the day. We wanted to bring together some of the partners that we work closely with here at Plug and Play. And because we're in the construction section, we're really lucky to have both Stanley X, Kevin from Stanley X, Shuntaro, and also Yuji. Let me provide some background so people know more about our panelists though. So starting off with Yuji. Yuji Doi is an innovation manager at Kajima International. He spent 17 years as a project engineer and project manager. And if you're not familiar, and Yuji, nice haircut, by the way. Kajima is one of the oldest and largest construction companies in Japan, founded all the way back in 1840. They focus mainly on design, engineering, construction, and development on high-rise infrastructures, railways, power plants. And they also have subsidiaries in Asia, Europe, and North America. Yuji, thanks for joining us. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well. How are you doing?
Perfect. Good to have you. Good. Thank you.
Good. Good.
Next up, we have Shuntaro Kano, but he goes by Shun-san, and he is a Silicon Valley Innovation Manager for Shimizu. Shimizu is an architectural, civil engineering, and general contracting firm, also based out of Japan. They have revenues just over $10 billion, and they're widely recognized as a top 5 general contractor in Japan and also top 20 in the world. Shun, good to have you on with us as well. Can you hear me okay? Shun, are you there? Okay, he might be having trouble with his audios. We'll come back to him. And then lastly, but not least at all, we have Mr. Kevin Lemke. Kevin is the VP of Strategy and Ops for Stanley X. And we love that name, Kevin. Stanley X is looking to create new sources of growth for Stanley Black & Decker and even disrupt their core technologies. Kevin's background is in strategic selling and marketing with 20 years of commercialization experience. And what I found interesting, Kevin, you never told me this, MBA from UT Austin. I'm also a UT grad. So
did not know that, Miles.
Yeah, we'll have to catch up on that at some point.
Yeah.
And I got noticed that Shun is also available. Shun, can you hear us okay?
I'm sorry?
Ah, perfect. You're on as well.
Okay.
You can hear us?
Yeah, I just pulled out my earphone.
Okay, good. So you heard the introduction I gave you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah, good to have you guys here. Okay, guys. So we have a lot of questions we want to jump into. Let's just go ahead and get started. I think we heard a panel earlier today talking about how American general contractors are reacting to COVID-19. I think we can almost, I think this could be get another take on that. Let's start with the Japanese general contractors. Can you guys just talk a little bit about how are your firms responding to COVID-19? Has that changed their thoughts on technology? Maybe Yuji, you can start with that.
Great. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
So yeah, I think this is same for everyone. But first of all, the safety for everyone is the highest priority for us, right? So we should take that reaction for this, and how we can keep the workers sustain their job as well. So that was our priority, and like how we immediately took the reaction was. First of all, we kind of suspended all the project first, so we at least we can make sure that everyone is safe, and what is the a problem maybe happen like that. So we took the action, but in the situation in Japan is not that much serious compared to the situation in the US. So it's now mostly back to the normal as a construction. But when we look at what the trend is looking like, so people really realize, I guess, the value of the technology. It doesn't be the high end of technology, rather how we can also remotely work, how we can observe the project out from the project. So we do a lot of like a site visit, those kind of things. But if we can at least put such cameras or such like a progress monitoring like thing, we can appreciate what is going on like that. So more of the interest is happening in that area. So I guess even though the most of the thing is now back to normal, people are start seeing the real value of what the technology is there, and people are more so the more the demand is happening from the team in the site. So we're love to tag into that part and see how the innovation team can really help on that part.
Shun, would you say you're in agreement there? I mean, I think COVID-19 is forcing a lot of companies, they don't have a choice. They have to be more innovative. Do you feel like internally there's more appetite to leverage some of these technologies? Yuji mentioned progress monitoring. I mean, would you agree with that mostly?
Yeah, I do. I guess our company's situation was pretty similar to Kojima. From our company, we have 3 employees infected by COVID, and unfortunately, one of our employees actually died. So we were really forced to stop all the projects, and so we were like the first ones that actually stopped the project for about 3 weeks. So it was a terrible timing. And in terms of technology, we are getting a lot of, I guess, not traction, but remote monitoring, managing, people try not to get close that much. That kind of thing is, I guess, really necessary right now in Japan. And also, I hear a lot of opinions from Southeast Asia, especially Singapore. They're very strict. I guess the government's strict about COVID. So I think this, COVID problem has brought a new challenge to our industry for sure. So yeah, hopefully, this incident itself is not a good thing, but hopefully we could, leverage what's going on right now and move on to trying new management system. Yeah, I guess that's how it's going in my company.
And maybe one follow-up for Yuji or Shun is, are you seeing any differences between how construction is reacting in the United States versus in Japan or in Asia? And then I'd like to jump after that to hear it from Kevin's perspective on how is the future of work going to be changed because of this? But maybe we'll start with, do you guys have any take on that? Reactions to Japan versus here?
Well, I think one big difference I see is that how we keep the social distance. Even though we understand that is a very big part, we're not very much taking that action seriously, or how can I say, like, for example, tracking or those kind of things. Of course, like trying to limit the number or the occupancy of the project or such place. Those kind of things are taken action, but I feel like that part is much more advanced in the US, which people are taking action, even for, as a public, not in the construction, whenever you go to the shop or, in the restaurant, it's not like that in here, right? So I see a lot of difference in that area. So maybe those mindset is a little bit different. Yeah. Shin, if you want to add on that.
Yeah, well, I totally agree on that. So, because, the COVID thing really didn't make, compared to US or Europe, it wasn't really a big thing, at least at this moment in Japan. So people are, I guess, just living their usual lives now, not really, well, Japanese people are used to wearing masks, but I guess they're not trying out really new stuff that much. So, from that perspective, I think US, Europe, they're, managing it very well. Japan, I don't know. I don't know why, there are not so many people infected actually, because, it's such a small island. and people are like so close together, and they're still doing that. So I don't know the reason for that, but at least, yeah, I think at least this social distancing is really, US is very advanced compared to Japan. I feel that.
Kevin, you guys are in a, you're obviously not a general contractor. You guys are in a different ancillary area. Can you talk about how do you guys thinking about the future of work, and how is COVID going to change that potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we can look at COVID as a kind of a immediate crisis to overcome, and we hope we're going to all get back to normal. I think our perspective is, there isn't a back to normal. There's a new normal. I think we don't actually know all the implications quite yet. That's really what makes being in this innovation game pretty interesting right now. Yes, this is tragic, and we need to be super sensitive. But in the profession we've chosen, this is the time where there's an opportunity to make change for the good, and try to understand where things will change and go, and be proactive and responsive. Clearly, work from home and remote work is the trend, at least the foreseeable future. What does that mean for broader building trends? Suburbanization, remodeling, renovating for work at home. All of those are big opportunities moving forward for our company and for the people that we serve. I would say, though, now is the time to really be our ear to the ground and be engaging with our customers, engaging with the market to truly understand where needs and where things are going. And this has been a really interesting time. I mean, yes, we've seen business continue, and that's encouraging. And but things are not normal. They're not going to get back to normal. There will be a new normal for sure.
And I mean, has this changed from a Stanley Black & Decker, Stanley X perspective? Has this changed anything in the way that you guys are thinking about creating new revenues for your business? Do you see any new opportunities here?
Well, yes.
That you're open to chat about?
I'm sorry, is this for Kevin?
Oh, I said, yeah. No, I said that you're open to chat about.
Yeah. No, I think the areas that we're focused in give us a good launching pad to continue finding those new opportunities. So very squarely focused on, well, let me back up. Stanley Black & Decker, we really rally around our purpose, which is for those who make the world. So we are supporting those folks in the field on a day-to-day basis, from a productivity standpoint, from a safety standpoint, from a talent sourcing and training standpoint. So, with this crisis, I think most people have seen the latest PitchBook article that talks about the accelerating digital transformation caused by COVID. I think those areas that we're talking about put us in pretty good position to take advantage of that. That along with, look at what's going on and what's been coming to construction for a while. The fact that we've got greater connectivity, we've got smart devices on the job site, and cloud computing. All of those things are there and helping us transform this industry. And now with this further impetus of this crisis, and we've seen it, when we hit the downturn back in 2008, same thing. We saw an upsurge in digital adoption, digital transformation. And I just think it's, only going to hit greater heights now.
That brings up an interesting question. So Plug and Play, we work with a lot of corporations across many industries. And if there's a theme that we see is that when times are tough, innovation budgets tend to get slashed early unless there's a lot of, unless they can show value. And you guys are obviously engaged with us and other organizations as well. Can you talk about how your corporations think about prioritizing, at least to some extent, innovation? Because obviously, And there's different levels of that. Some are leaning in, some are being more cautious, but maybe Yuji can start there. How is your company thinking about innovation in times like this when cost is pretty high up there as far as things to think about?
Yeah, so yeah, I think the budget-wise, it's kind of challenging in this period, but we still believe that, we call it open innovation. So this open innovation is very much important, and we should, put a lot of, effort on here. And I think, it's really a challenging moment, and because of these slowdowns of the project and the forecast of the revenue, those kind of things. But still, since we as a team of the open innovation believes that this is so much important, we kind of bundled up again as a team. What we can really do in this difficult situation, even though we might have a little bit of lacking the budget or something like that. So, but it's not just about the budget. It's not just about always doing the pilot, something like that. But how we can really see the innovation can bring us, as a value for us. So we kind of, even though this is a negative, it might be a negative impact, we still trying to make this situation as a good stimulus to take the action. So I guess, if we did this, as it was, it may show a good stable progress. But since we are kind of having a difficult time, I hope that we kind of restructuring our things and putting the North Star in such position so that we can really move toward that part. So once it gets better, I hope that we can kind of jump to the kind of further rather than what we were. So that's my hope, and wanted to say that this innovation is so much meaningful for us. Yeah.
And Kevin, do y'all want to comment on, obviously you had to have a hard conversation at some point about why should we continue innovating. Can y'all just comment on maybe how you guys think about it and maybe why it's important?
Absolutely. Tough times. Obviously, we need to balance and manage budgets very closely. I will say, though, that we've got to have the eye on the future. I mean, we're all in this because we are bets on the future. So, I think that's the way we're looking at this. All of our innovation is focused on commercialization. We're not R&D now. Clearly, we need to focus on the far future. But this is not, we're talking about solving real problems for real people today, real tangible pains that people are willing to pay for, meaning they see a lot of value in it. When we can demonstrate that, we continue to get support to go and solve these problems for customers. So, I think that's our company stance, and that's how we're operating. It's absolutely, we can't cut it off at the knees if we want to be investing in the future.
No, it's a good point. And go ahead, Shun.
Me? No, I'm sorry.
Maybe just one thing to follow up on that, Kevin, is how do you balance the pressure to find short-term ROI with being able to dip into some of these longer-term, harder to prove now, but they could change your business? How do you? Because it's tough because it does feel like that's more qualitative in the beginning. So how do you do that? How do you think about that?
So we think about it. Again, it's nothing's a sure bet. These are risky propositions, right? But we can be thoughtful and disciplined as well. And what that means is doing those things to try to understand and uncover meaningful trends, and then begin working towards addressing pains associated with those trends in a methodical way, taking risk off the table, as it were. So research, analysis, and insight up front to really understand a market space, understand the pains our customers are feeling before we start, really firing the money gun here. So it's that balance of risk taking and being thoughtful and disciplined.
No, okay, I love it. Shun, Yuji, do you guys want to add anything to that?
So budget. about the budget and things like that, right? So I'm sure, you know, a lot of companies are cutting their budgets right now, and it's pretty easy to cut budgets from like new divisions, new team, like us, right? Like we've started, at least our team started like 5 years ago, so it might be easier to just cut it. But my company, we just published and announced our future vision 2030, I think, and we announced that. Of course, you know, construction is our core business, but we know that, you know, Japan market is going to shrink for sure. So we have to do something else. So we want to become a smart innovation company. And so new business model, new technology is something that we have to focus on. So I'm sure at least our management team, they will keep on doing this innovation activity. So yeah, in that case, I'm not that worried about that. Yeah, but you know, I'm sure there will be some budget cuts. So
yeah, you mentioned something, and maybe this is kind of where we can close this out. But you mentioned, well, I think someone said it, where it's you either innovate or you die. Like there's no standing still. You're either moving forward or you're not. One of the questions I have for you guys is, what are you optimistic about moving forward? And maybe we can start with Shimizu there. I think you guys had talked about potentially a fund or something. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
So what am I optimistic about? Short term or
or
yeah.
in the future.
Yeah. So you know, this COVID thing has been a mess for sure, but still, at least my company, I'm pretty excited. We just launched our corporate venture capital in last month, I think. No, April. And so we are going to be active on kind of doing investments also. And also we are right now building an innovation facility where we could bring in startups and we could provide space and resource to do POCs and things like that. So there's a lot of exciting things going on. So yeah, in short term, I'm pretty optimistic. And and the good thing is that we have commitment from our management team. So yeah,
that's always important. Yuji, how about you? Anything optimistic in the next couple of years?
Well, as you may know, I'm not a optimistic guy. So
you're in construction.
Yeah, but you know,
you're a realist.
Yeah, but I think you know, it might be a little bit different from what you were asking, but what I feel is, you know, what we are taking action here or in general in this innovation thing. I hope that we are doing the right thing. We are in the right direction. So that's my hope. And I guess there's no such, you know, right, how can I say, like a correct way or the right way of doing this kind of stuff. So whatever we put the effort on this, of course, as a team or as a personal, we should, you know, find a way that we can evolve from here. So more likely, yeah, it's really hard to find the short-term ROI. Of course, we are putting such effort on that part, but moreover, kind of looking to like a big goal or like an achievement as a Kajima entire team. That's my hope and wish. So similar to what Shin said, trying to be more innovative company. To do that, we have to really recultivate our culture as a Kajima. So that's really what we want to achieve for doing this innovation thing. And whatever I do here, I believe that can be fed into that part. So trying to be optimistic in looking to the way we work here. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay. And Kevin, how about yourself? I think in the pre-call, we had talked about worker safety, well-being, but I mean, when you think about the future, what gets you excited or what are you optimistic about?
Yeah, kind of two things. And first, I hope it doesn't sound like pandering to your audience or the startups, but I mean, just how robust and innovative the the ecosystem is out there in construction. I am optimistic that I think we actually are starting to bend the productivity curve in this space. So I think it's happening, but I'm excited about that accelerating. And number two, I think this crisis has really shown a light on worker safety, on worker well-being, and I'm optimistic that trend is going to continue. We're really going to start looking out for our folks. I think it's a shame that today there is actually a lack of willingness to pay in a lot of cases for pure safety type of solutions. I think that's going to change, and I think we need to be taking care of our workforce. I think we need to be encouraging more folks into the trades, into the construction profession, and I think we have an opportunity here. So I'm optimistic.
No, I love it. And guys, as we come to a close here, for our audience, if they want to reach out to Stanley X, to Kojima, to Shimizu, how can they reach you? And if there's any message you want to, any parting words you'd like to say, maybe Kevin, we start with you. How should people reach out to you if they want to get in contact?
Did you say me?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, please email me, kevin.lemke@sbdinc.com. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. Would love to connect there. And really enjoyed being a part of this panel, Miles. Really like the network and the community you have here.
No, of course. Any parting words to the people out there that you want to leave them with? And if not, that's okay as well.
Embrace the new normal. It's let's not expect that it's gonna snap back. Even if we get that V recovery, things will be different.
Awesome. Yuji, how about yourself? How do people reach out, and any parting words?
Yeah, I guess the easiest way will be going to be LinkedIn. So just type in Yuji Doi, that I think you can find it. Or if the email is better, ydoi@kojimausa.com. That's my email. So yeah, and very happy to talk to everyone. Happy to discuss as an open discussion. Yeah, and hopefully once this it's not going to be totally go back to normal, but at least if we start to meet in person and everyone, that would be so much great, and very much willing to do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Yuji. Shun, not to put the pressure, but
well, just connect by LinkedIn, or Miles, you could provide my info. Plug and Play has everything about myself, so you guys could do that. And one takeaway I would say is that, well, I did mention about the corporate venture capital, so we will be doing that. So please keep in mind, and if you're interested, feel free to reach out. And also, one thing I would say is that there are so many good technologies, products, services, but also I understand that to actually implement that to Japanese market, or to have the actual workers use it, it has to be user friendly. So I guess user friendly, easy to use, that's also a very important aspect. So yeah, hope everybody would keep that in mind too. And yeah, look forward to talking to everybody. Thank you.
Awesome. Kevin, Yuji, and Shun, also, thank you guys for the time. Hopefully we get some people in touch with you guys, and we're excited to see what the next steps in construction is like. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye. All right, everyone. So with that, we will be bringing our expo to a close here. I want to thank all of the participants one more time. And thank you everyone who voted for our startups who participated. We'll be announcing the winner in our upcoming newsletter. So if you're not already part of that newsletter, go onto the Plug and Play website and sign up. Last thing I'll mention is I want to give a big thanks out to all of our attendees for your time and attention. We know that there are tons of webinars going on, and the fact that you chose ours really means a lot to us. So thank you for that. Also, a big shout out to the AV team, the operations team, the real estate team and also the greater smart cities teams. A lot of people, I'm just a face up here, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes. So thank you guys for everything that you're doing and helping us run a very smooth show. Technology is going to affect the way we build, design, and interact with the built world more and more. And we're actually very bullish on investing in that space. So if you're a young startup or you're a corporation that wants to get involved, we're excited. We want to talk with you. I encourage you to reach out at miles@pmptc.com right there and get in touch, because we want to help you get there and share best practices. Lastly, if you're interested in talking with any of the startups that you saw today, also in our IoT section, you bring out your phone, scan that QR code right there, and get onto the Brella app. On that app, you can connect with everyone you saw today, including some of today's speakers. Last thing to mention is this is day one of the Plug and Play Summer Summit. And so for the rest of the week, we have mobility and energy tomorrow. So don't miss out on FCA and Chevron Ventures keynote speakers. FinTech and Enterprise are on Wednesday with Google Play. And lastly, InsurTech and Health on Thursday. Wednesday. So with that, guys, that's all I got for you. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you go to networking and have an amazing Monday. Thank you so much.